from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win.
Hello guys, unfortunately I'll need to run away real quick, so I started the stream. I'm on Discord, on KC's Discord, if anybody else wants to join. So I will see you guys soon. I will try to join from a different profile if I have a chance, but if not, I'll see you in an hour or two. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so see you guys in a bit. Happy day in the market, I hope. Cheers. Pirate, can you say something? Because I think you're not coming through on Discord. Pirate, can you say something? I think you're not coming through on Discord. I don't know why. Oh, but even before. Yeah. Still not coming through for some reason. Can I ask you to, I don't know, some TV, if you can put on or something, just to try to play with the settings well. I can hear you, but for some reason, oh, I think now it's gonna work.
Yeah, your music's coming through. I see some background here.
No, now it should work. I don't know what happened with Streamlabs, but yeah, it should be okay now. Okay, so gonna have to run. So see you guys soon. Pirates on,
man.
so take care.
Yeah, it's working now. But all right, buddy. Have a good day.
Cheers.
I'm here, folks. I was just watching about a 16-minute video from my friend. Well, not my friend. One of the representatives, named Kennedy. I find him very entertaining. So if I'm quiet here for the first 2 or 3 minutes, I'm trying to wrap up listening to this. But I'm with you. We'll have a long and hopefully a humorous day today. So if I'm quiet here, you'll know why for a few minutes. Sorry about that. I couldn't wait to hear the end of it. It wasn't very long. It was only 15 or 16 minutes, but he was thundering away in the halls of Congress about all this stuff going on with Musk. If you're unfamiliar with him, he's from Louisiana. He's a senator. His name's Kennedy. I think he's any relation to the John F. Kennedys and the Kennedys of the political dynasty, but he's very interesting. His approach is that of he has mastered the art of playing possum. His shtick is that he comes across as just a good old simple country boy. I believe he has an Ivy League education. He's I think a Harvard trained lawyer, and he is as sharp as a razor blade. And I'm very fond of wordplay, as you may well know. He has an endless list of sayings that are both humorous and accurate. He can really send a zinger, and so I enjoy listening to him talk. But he has a video that's making its rounds on X, where he's gone in to present some stuff to Congress about the initial findings from all this fraud, waste, and abuse. And he spends the first few minutes attacking this, debunking this notion that what Musk is doing is somehow illegal and all of that. So I highly recommend it if you get a chance. You might seek that out. I think it's a little long for the normal attention span today. I know Mrs. Pirate told me she doesn't like me to send her anything that's over 3 minutes long. I'm like, whoa. But hey, I think she's a representative of what most people look for in their entertainment today on the internet, that is. So by that measurement, 16 minutes, I guess, is tantamount to War and Peace. But nonetheless, I think it's a time well spent. There's another brief clip of Nancy Mace, which I have mixed feelings about her. I don't know that she's necessarily everything that they purport her to be, but overall, I think she's a net positive for the MAGA movement and our government. She has one where she's revealed a specific line item where they had spent untold millions of dollars to try to replicate, I think, transgender mice and lab animals. I mean, I guess it's not good enough that we have enough of these, what I refer to as birth defects, these genetic anomalies. It's not that good enough that we have enough of that in our society, which I don't even think a lot of that is organic. I think more often than not, that's just the result of a parent who needs some attention, specifically some of these mentally impaired women who need to find some sort of attention, that Munchausen by proxy syndrome, where they can, if their child is either sick or impaired or riddled with some sort of cancer or disease, that it affords them a whole bunch of attention, whether it's in a hospital setting or whether it's from doctors. And I think this stuff falls loosely in line with that. The whole look at me, my children are special. I happened upon a clip from Jordan Peterson that someone had shared. I think it was Preacher shared it on my Discord, about the statistical probabilities, the mathematical probabilities of having just one child with, gender dysphoria or what have you, and how incredibly unlikely it is that these people would have like 2 or 3 in the same household. And but then as a comparison, he showed what the opposite and more likely probabilities are of it just being a fucked up mother. I shouldn't say mother, a fucked up parent, and that it's that the likelihood of that happening is, as you can well imagine, far more likely. 999 million to 1 that's what's going on, as opposed to the opposite. So yeah, I know I'm all over the place with my topics, but they're all kind of loosely connected about misinformation in media and how the truth is twisted, all in an effort to push a narrative. So I've been a little busy this morning. I have been, as you can imagine, consumed, just obsessed with the daily disclosures, these discoveries that the Doge team is making about some of these spending items. They're very specific in the amounts and what they were for. And each time I hear one, I go, "Yep, this is as bad it can get. It can't get any worse than this." And like within 4 or 5 hours, there'll be another news release, or somebody will post something on Twitter, and you're like, each one is more ridiculous than the last. I'm hopeful that this will go a long ways towards showing the moderates, Democrats, or your independents, those people who neither align with the hard left or the right, or make up the middle of America, that they'll hear some of these facts. And that's what they are. They're facts. None of this is open to debate as far as what it means. There's a line item number, and then there's a description of what the money went for. And I think it's going to start a brush fire across America about this spending. And I hope that will translate into support for Elon Musk, even from those who are on the Democratic side of the other side of the aisle, who aren't necessarily eager to see him succeed, because it paints a bad picture of what the previous administration's done. See everybody starting to trickle in. Break Nation Sports. Of course, Nana won. She was first this morning. She was a benefactor or a beneficiary of my the preacher told me he was getting ready to go live, and I knew it was coming, and I saw the push notification, but I was too engrossed with what Kennedy was talking about to click right away. So if you're curious how that happened, Nana, you can thank Senator Kennedy for pulling my attention away. But don't let that slow you down, none. It's good to be the king, and for today you were first in the chat, so congratulations. Pardon me. Preacher, he'll be returning. He said he's got some rather extensive meetings today, but he'll join us when he can. Good morning, Ven. Buy and hold, Pro Jeweler. King of Bling is here. Always a pleasure to see him. Richard, Highway Frog, the asphalt amphibian from Canada. Terry, our DC News correspondent. Good morning, everybody, one and all. Terry said that she's got one of her first news stories breaking of the day. Musk has declared his Doge team has uncovered $100 billion in Medicare and Medicaid waste after gaining access to that system. Oh yeah. Nice. And our friend Audioitis, he's here in the back of Casey's Big Tramp with me on Discord. But unfortunately, he said he has some lengthy meetings as well. But I'm sure we can look forward to his participation later in the day. And then we have, I can't help but notice, Buy and Hold is with us back here. So good to see you in the back of the Big Tramp, Buy and Hold.
It's Buy and Hold, yeah. I'm on my way to a meeting too. But I'm here.
Right on, right on, right on. Morning, Muller. Good to have you with us as usual. Hope you have a great Friday as well. In the not too distant past, well, let me phrase it another way. Over the past year or so, Fridays haven't exactly been explosive for the stock market, and specifically AMC or GameStop. But for whatever reason, I guess it's just from the mental health of our participants at the end of the week, we seem to have more fun on Fridays. I've come to look forward to them, even though I don't, Fridays, weekends are no different than any other day of the week for me personally. But I think it has I'm sure it's probably always been that way, because of the 5-day work week and the weekends and all. So maybe it's just that simple that people are excited to see the weekend upon them, and as a result, they have a much better attitude throughout the day. Friday, whatever the reasons, I look forward to Fridays because they always seem to be just a little funnier and a little more entertaining. So hopefully today will be no exception to that. Greg Nation Sports, you got any pot? Be a lot cooler if you did. I'm pretty much squared away for the day. I've finished my solitary cup of coffee that I have. I have a nice tall glass of ice waters standing at the ready. Traditional muffins, one blueberry, one banana nut. Got those all out of the package and ready to go. Of course, Diesel. He hears that wrapper, and that's a clarion call for him to pay close attention. So he's at parade rest, but I promise you, he's got his eyes on those muffins. And we have 12 minutes until the opening bell. I might be mistaken, but I think we're ready to go here. Morning, MC. Yeah, Preacher's not with us. He had to duck out for some meetings, and in fact, he'll be gone for quite some time. But he'll join us when he can. So until then, you're stuck with me. That's the way it goes. If you're not familiar with the traditions and habits of a pirate, you might want to do some research. This goes all the way back to my time with KC and his stream. We would have shills show up, and the haters and the evildoers and the angry crowd, and they would accuse me of taking over or all that, and it would always bring somewhat of a little bit of a wicked smile to my face, because I'd have to remind them that's part of the responsibilities of a pirate. It's what they do. They'll gain entry to another man's ship and then take over by force or threat of force. But the end result is the same. You take their ship and make it your own, and that's the way of a privateer. And I did it to KC. Excuse me. Do it to Preacher. Done it to Papa Mac. Everyone would say, "Well, but pirate, you have your own stream." Well, of course, pirates have their own ship, but that's not what makes them a pirate. Just having your own ship merely makes you a sailor or a captain. If it's really your desire to be a pirate, then you have to do pirate shit. The only difference would be, I guess, perhaps in the halcyon days of the tall ships, they would one would corner his adversary and produce your saber, maybe point the tip of your sword at his neck and say your money or your life. For me, I guess it would be more like, give me your microphone. Your microphone or your life. What's it going to be? Good morning, Maze. Good to see you. My particular tactic has been invade, and through sheer force of will, enlist them as a participant. And by participant, I mean join in the fuckery. Take someone who has their normal habits are technical analysis, numbers, charts, breaking news from the stock exchange. You know, you swarm them, you overwhelm them with your crew, and then you go about the pirate activities of dirty jokes and storytelling and fights. It's important to have fights. There's absolutely no way one can consider himself a pirate and not have a regular schedule of some sort of combat from time to time. It doesn't have to be constant, but it's a critical component of pirating that you engage in some sort of combat on a regular basis. More often than not, we can look for the shills for that, but if I find myself lacking in targets for that, it's not beyond me to pick somebody from our own crew here and just have a go at them for a while. It could be anyone. I don't have any particular animus or I don't show any favoritism. If there's no shills available for a sword fight, then I'll have to look among our crew to find a willing participant, and usually I can ferret someone out. Normally, by the time it's all over with, we share a pint, go back to business as usual. It's nothing personal. It just comes with it's just one of the requirements. I mean, if you have a pirate ship and all it does is a crew just sails around and has tea and biscuits and enjoys the sunrises and sunsets, well, that's just a sailing crew. Those aren't pirates. That's just a bunch of people on a day sail. That's a little more than a cruise. We're much more than that. Five minutes. 5 short minutes till we get that bell, and let's see what the stock market has for us today. Amy's right now at pre-market is it's still at 311, so that shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. Wow. GameStop finds itself at 24.94. Ben says pirates hijack ship. Exactly, pirate. I mean, exactly, Ben. That's kind of my whole point. AC, Preacher, Papa Mac, they let me step up to their microphones. They have no standing to act surprised if I go about if I make efforts to just take over. That's on them. It's written right in my name. I'm a pirate. What do you expect? I was so focused on trying to make you all laugh with that little bit there about the pirate things. What you can't see is I was enjoying the first of the two muffins, and I broke tradition. And normally Diesel will get the first bite and the last bite, and in my efforts to make you smile this morning, he got neither. So one of the muffins is completely gone, and he has cast his gaze upon me, and there is it has a look of disappointment about it. I can tell you that. That begs the question. I still have the blueberry muffin left, so I don't know what's proper here. I don't know if he gets double the amount since he got shortchanged, or if we just call it bygones. And I think we may have to just he'll have to just take one for the team and be happy that he gets what he gets. Here, buddy. Sorry, I forgot you, man. There we go. We're square now. There's that bell. I made things right with him, Nana. He, although he was denied the first and last bite of the first muffin, I went ahead and just gave him half of the second one. So it's all good, man. Bitcoin this morning's in the green, but it's still below that 100,000 mark at 99 and change. The Nasdaq's opening in the red, 19,777. The S&P 500 and the Dow are both up, just ever so slightly in the green. This is Pirate has urged caution as far as my sparring with people online. She's identified a habit of mine. It's not conducive to calm family environment. Apparently, when I find myself getting my turbos all spooled up, arguing and fighting with someone on the internet, going at it. I guess it's my habit that once the day winds up and I no longer have them as a punching bag, she seems to think that from time to time I look to my own family members for someone to continue doing battle with. So I'm trying to be cognizant of that and make sure that once I get all jacked up on adrenaline and ready to fight, that once those combatants that are on the internet are no longer available to be the recipient of my aggressions, I refrain from looking inside of Camelot for a jousting partner. I don't know if I'll be able to do that or not, but I'm going to try. AMC's opened up to the red side. Well, it's still green as far as the closing bell yesterday, 3.1094. So it's up 0.30 when compared to the closing price yesterday. But as compared to where it opened, it's actually falling. GameStop, on the other hand, is trending up since the opening bell. The first 3 or 4 minutes, doesn't necessarily show a trend, I guess, but that's what it looks like out of the gate for those of you who don't have a chart available. Morning, driver.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. You can run, but you can't hide. Are you guys trying to have a private conversation?
No, why would we do that?
I was just curious. I didn't know if you switch channels just to be left alone or something. I didn't want to overstep my welcome.
All right, get out. Forget about it. Get out of here with that shit. That's no such thing. I just hang out on my little Discord there early in the morning, especially if I wake up at 4 or 5, because sometimes people like censored content. He'll come in because he works shift work, and people like Preacher's on a different time frame. But no, Preacher just felt like that there would be more participation on these live streams if we used KC's Back of the Big Tramp, because historically more people had access to that. So he seems, and I respect his opinion, and it's always been my effort to have as many people participate as possible. You don't want anyone to be left out just because we're in my Discord, which is relatively new, or whatever, gray leafs. So now Papa Mac, he prefers to use his own Discord when he's live, and that's his choice, you know. But I didn't care either way. But it was logical to me, like what Preacher said, that we had an abundance of participation from all those years of the people on the Back of the Big Tramp with KC's, and it makes sense that if, even though we're not streaming, KC's not streaming, all of us are making the efforts to be backup channels would probably be far better served if we still used his Discord to afford more participation. So that's why I switched over. Nation Sports says, well, you already did that. Get on with it. Don't know what that means. Maybe you ought to. I'm failing to make the reference on that one, BNS. You may have to give me a little more details to keep up with that. I lack some social etiquette, I guess, on the internet. I don't know what the rules are sometimes. UPS driver, so I guess it would be kinder if I was going to leave a Discord, or I guess that's what you're supposed to do, is say goodbye to everybody and go to the next one, or at least tell them you're moving. Unfortunately, sometimes when it's early in the morning and I haven't had my coffee, I may be fumbling about a bit, and I may run afoul of some etiquette issues. I mean, rules of the road.
No worries on my end. I just was looking around and stumbled upon you guys here. I checked yours and office.
No, it's always been standard, as far as the way I understood it, that any of the Discords were open for anybody's participation, was one of the first things Casey taught me, was that if it's your desire to have something private, then you take it to a DM. I guess that's direct messages or whatever. But the way I understood it was any Discord chat room is open to anyone. There's no implied privacy or anything. If that's your desire, you go to a DM. Break Nation says, in reference to the interrupting you on the Discord. Still lost, BNS. Morning, Tom D. Good to see you, brother. He says, bad joke, we'll stop it there. Sometimes things fall. I think he meant fall flat. Yeah, I couldn't keep up with any of that. Laura says, I never figured out Discord. My son at 12 years old is navigating there as it is his own house. It took me a little while, Muller, to figure it out. And the way I explain it to people, and I get it, a lot of it, I still don't understand all the little buttons and things, but for the most part, they're just channels. Each one is just for instance, I have a Discord. So if I give you the link to join the Discord, it's like a social group. Like, for instance, my sons, they play video games, all their high school buddies, all the way through college and all that. They use that as a way to stay connected. So they're all in one, I'm doing air quotes now, Discord. One group. So it was kind of a way when they go online, they can look at Discord, and at a glance they can look up and see, he can see whether his college friends are playing video games or not, and then if they want to, they can join in, which is tantamount to just walking into the room. And then after that, if you can either just watch and listen, or you can talk. So it has the added benefits of not just being able, 3 or 4 people can all talk at once or have a conversation, kind of like a party line on the telephones in the old days. but you also have the added ability to post, if you want to put a picture up or show a heart or a screenshot or a picture of your new puppy. So you have the added ability to do that as well. But it's just a form of communication, but it's one of which you can limit. That's what I guess one of the key components is you, as the owner of your Discord, get to choose who has access to it. Whereas the difference being obvious on a YouTube live stream like this, anyone can just turn it on and listen. Good morning, Billy. Buy and hold says he's out for a couple of hours. You come back when you can, buy and hold. Tech we love is in the house. You can always count on Tech to show up and add to the value add guy. Mueller says she's had Discord for some years, never used it. Well, see, you can have the Discord app, Mueller, and not necessarily have your own Discord space. For instance, if you have Discord, you can go on there right now and log into KC's Back of the Big Tramp and just listen. You don't even have to speak. See all the people here in live chat. Well, I guess that's not true. The people on YouTube right now can hear all of us, but that's because it's intentional. Preacher has used his skills to link Discord to YouTube. And that was one of the things we discovered on KC stream. It added to the entertainment value. Instead of just KC talking for 8 hours, it was KC doing technical analysis, and then it allowed 3 or 4 of us to quote unquote ride in the back of the bus, ride in the back of his van. And from time to time, we could tell stories or joke with each other or what have you. And we quickly discovered that it became as much of a part of the stream as the technical analysis, and it just grew from that. So yeah, you can be, I guess it would be like an upgrade as opposed to just listening on YouTube. You could tune in on Discord and hear what goes on back here. More importantly, if you have a story to tell, I know you mentioned you were in the military, or the conversation gravitates towards something along those lines, and you have a personal story you want to, share, a joke or what have you. Sometimes it's too much to type, and it's nice if you can just turn your microphone on, wait for a pause, or just interrupt someone, if you really need to. And then go ahead and tell your story or your joke. If it's something that you can't squeeze into the chat merely by typing furiously, I'd like to think it's added a great deal to the entertainment factor. We're not even half an hour into the day. It's a little early to try to identify any kind of trends, but I can see AMC's still stuck at that 311. GameStop at 24.97. And like I said, it's a little early yet to try to make any declarations, but it doesn't appear that we're going to see anything dramatic. Morning, Tyler Stone. Good to see you. Went through my watch list and I didn't see anything worth commenting on until I got down to the old, what I consider the modern day Enron, NVIDIA's partner in crime, SMCI. They're up 6.62%, 20 minutes into the opening day. Unbelievable. I can't begin to explain it. I think I lost my comms there for a minute, but I don't know if it came through, but I was commenting. I went through my watch list and I didn't see anything worth mentioning until I got down to what I would refer to as my modern day Enron, the NVIDIA and its partner in crime, SMCI, Super Microcomputers, and Super Microcomputers is already up 6.5%. So go figure. Step away from the microphone and give me just a few minutes. I'll be back as quickly as I can. I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Whoa. AMC trying to get down below that $3 mark again. See, it hit 307 while I was gone. Still falling. GameStop too, 24.72, and it's falling. How about that? Last up and see the TV, he's got Rick Santorum, one of the contributors. A lot of respect for him. He's a pretty sharp cat. I guess he's talking about the 10-year treasuries. It's at 4.495. Breaking news banner. Anything develops out of that, it's worth mentioning. I'll be happy to share it with you. Mr. Blackmore, nice to have you with us. Thanks for stopping in. Gold is at $2,905. Look at that. And climbing. Yeah, I can't help but think that some of the heavy hitters are sneaking into gold. Morning, Petro. For those of you who are new, our friend Petro spent his career as a firefighter and an accomplished member of that community. Been with us for a number of years now. Good to see you this morning, Petro. He says, how come the majority of jobs that have a mental health evaluation? However, if you're a politician, nothing. It's bass backwards. Yeah, that's one of many issues with the current state of politics, Petro. I'm hopeful that what we're witnessing is going to be a sea change, an entire reconstruction. Maybe not of the entire system, but of many of the key components. Good morning to you too, Smoke Eater. It's always more fun when you're here. Petro said it has to be. They've just hit the tip of the iceberg. I couldn't agree more, my friend. My entire life, I said this yesterday, it's worth repeating. My entire life, I've heard that, the government's screwing everybody, and, you'd see old men sitting around pissing and moaning, and the topic would always sooner or later raise its head of, they're ripping us off and they're spending money frivolously. But it was all done. Well, I guess what I'm saying is I don't think anybody really fully understood the extent of it. The scale of this thing is going to be historic. And that's why I can't understand the reticence on the Democrats to set politics aside and say this is wrong for everybody. But they haven't yet. Right now, their current reaction has been one of outrage, a lot of theater. How could Musk do this? He doesn't have the authority to do this. This is illegal, all that. And it's noteworthy. I'm like, you don't have a problem with what he's showing? Not a single Democrat so far has stepped up and said, man, I hate this Musk guy, but can you believe this shit he's finding? And that tells you a whole bunch right there. Good morning, Captain Hayden. How's this morning find you, sir?
Get some more tile for the fellas, but to dovetail what you just said, and you already know, the reason they're not complaining about the issues because they're on them.
Right. Yep. That's it.
I mean,
they are the beneficiaries. They are the beneficiaries.
Yeah. I mean, what? I can't believe they're funding Politico. Well, we paid them. Oh yeah.
Yep. Yep.
It's just like when Austin didn't. Yep. Was it Austin that didn't know they were doing what do you call it? Not trans, but the gay guys dressing up as chicks doing shows on bases.
Drag queens, yeah.
Yeah, Drag Queen Thursday, whatever it was. Yeah, we didn't. I had no idea. Well, they're your bases.
Yep.
Wasn't just one. And giving all those African people who probably don't even know how to open the wrapper condoms because they didn't buy condoms that went to something else. The guy that probably put that line on said, "Yeah, just put condoms. Nobody will ever, want to go against that one." It's a lot of rubbers too. They probably didn't issue that many condoms at the Olympics.
Well, it's always been a mystery, at least for the past 10 or 15 years. The mystery was always, how does a guy get elected to a job that pays 150 G's a year? When he goes to Washington, his net worth is, I don't know, 300 or 400 grand. He's just an average dude. They spend 6 or 7 or 8 years as a congressman, and their net worth then becomes 8 million. It's like the math ain't mathing. And I was one of that group. I was of that group that said, well, it's because of speaking engagements. They get 500 grand to give a 1-hour speech, which is really just a way to transfer the bribe. But if you think about it, I thought, yeah, there's not enough speeches they can give to account for that. There's got to be more. And then I thought, well, the book deals. Bernie Sanders got book deals, and that's how it was done. You're like, nah, there's not that many book deals going around. Now it makes sense. They're all involved in these organizations, and it all comes around in the form of these no-show jobs they're getting checks for. Although I will say the whole book thing, I read something yesterday. It's not my work. I don't want to claim it as my own, but it's worth repeating. Someone said the book scam was one that had a double whammy to it. And here's the way the book scam went. If George Soros wants to bribe a politician, what George Soros does is have one of his, he'll sign somebody to buy books. So if Hillary Clinton writes a book, they'll have George Soros buy tens of thousands of copies. That's how he gets the money into the Clintons' pockets. And it's all legal. The publishers love it because the book publisher makes money. And when the book publisher makes money, they're eager to write another book. Despite the fact that the book was just horseshit, they're like, we need to write another Clinton book. So they approach the Clintons, and they'll give the Clintons an advance on, the sequel to their first book. So that whole thing about writing books, the books themselves are just trash. There's not a person out there, an avid reader, a political wonk, that would say, oh my God, I read these books and they're just amazing. You're page turners. You can't put them down. If you want to get some good sleep, don't start reading it because it's good. No, it's just fucking word salad. Half of the time it's written by ghostwriters, but what it is it's a real effective and legal means to bribe politicians. And so there's something to be said about the whole book writing scam. But now, even with that withstanding, the curtain's been pulled back on the pipeline with this whole U.S. aid, and this is how it was done. It's a smoking gun. It is literally the definition of a smoking gun.
Well, the other thing too is they could take those crates of books and then stack them, and they could make houses with them. Pour a little concrete on it.
Well, what about our boiler fuel? If you keep somebody warm, there's all those
maybe
houses.
Could use that stuff all day long.
Houses in Afghanistan where they got a little stove in the center of it, and they burn camel shit to keep warm. They could use those They can use those Clinton books as fireplace fuel.
Well, see, the Clintons aren't thought of too highly in Haiti after they pulled like $250 million out to build some hospitals down there. They could just drop their books off, and instead of using that coal in their houses to cook with, they could just use the books. Yeah, I'm with you. So when does this bright light? What's that?
I just want two simple things. I want criminal charges. First, you need an investigation, but let's just suppose that the investigation is inevitable. I want criminal charges. I want people charged with a crime. I want them tried, and if they're convicted, I want jail time. And then secondly, I want clawback provisions. All that, not all that money is going to be recoverable, but a whole bunch of that money can be brought back. It was stolen. That money wasn't appropriated and used for good around the world. This was financial fraud, no different than what Bernie Madoff did. And just like they pulled all the money back for the Madoffs and all that, and maybe not all of it. I don't care if they get 10 cents on the dollar back. They need to be seizing accounts. They need to be going after these people using the full weight of the government to get the taxpayers' money back. I post a lot of stuff because, it's coming no secret. I love to talk nonstop. I love to post stuff. I guess I'm what you call a spammer. I'm constantly shoving shit out. Look at this, look at this, look at this. But I found one this morning that was kind of special. And if you get a chance, you should go to my Discord general and read it. I forget the gentleman's name, but it was probably the best written description that I've seen so far about what has happened here and how the Democrats are reacting to it. The guy had wrote it, or the original author posted it, and I think Elon Musk commented on it, or at least Elon Musk reposted it. It made its way into my feed, and I read it, and I thought, man, that's it right there. And in fact, I put a comment in that if it'll never make it to Elon Musk's eyes, everybody in the world's trying to get that man's attention. I just tagged him in. I don't even know if you need to do that. It's probably silly because if it's on his feed, there's probably no need for me to add him. But I just simply said, this guy right here gets it. You might want to interview this guy for a position on the Doge team. I don't think it'll ever make its way to Elon Musk's desk. Maybe somebody who works for him will see it and consider it. But if you get a chance, read it. It's one of the best things that I've seen published so far that describes what this is all about. I don't have the ability to add stuff to the screen here. If somebody comes back later, maybe I'll have them see if they can do it. But
I want to know when. Now, obviously, they're a little worried of Kash Patel delaying his meeting vote. We know what Kash Patel can do. So Elon doesn't have to send his.
You know what that's about, right? He's
because DOJ.
Yeah, they don't. They're dragging their feet on. They know they can't stop him, but they're holding him off as long as they can until they can destroy all the evidence. See, every hour that those people sit in the J. Edgar Hoover building is another hour that they can go ahead and scrub emails. They can scrub. They can delete files and chat, all that stuff. There's a huge effort underway right now to sweep everything under the rug, and every day counts. Trump should have get him an executive order. If he really wanted to be a badass, he should have come out with an executive order and locked down the J. Edgar Hoover building and all the FBI facilities and temporarily suspended access to all of them. Post a guard, an armed guard. I don't know if he had to use a U.S. Marshal or a National Guard, somebody who's outside of the umbrella of the FBI's influence, and denied them access. An armed guard at the door and said, "You're done here. Don't come back." Because those computers and that evidence belongs to the American people, not the FBI. And I'm certain that right now what's happening is probably a lot of criminal. It's criminal, but they're in there right now obstructing justice by destroying evidence. I'm certain of it.
I don't care how much they try. There's going to be a trail. Just like this, they thought this USAID, because I won't call it aid. You can't destroy everything. I don't care who you are. That's why murderers don't go eventually get caught.
Not to kill our vibe first thing on a Friday morning, but did you see up in Alaska where that Cessna 208 went down? A Grand Caravan. I guess it had 10 people on board.
What were they doing?
Doesn't say. I guess it was a flight into Nome. I think they were on final approach to Nome. They said they were descending, but it wasn't a dramatic descent. So it sounds to me like they were making I don't know, but it fell off of the radar. This happened, I guess, I want to say late last night or earlier. I don't know the time frame, but so they got search and rescue for them. I mean, I know it's not uncommon that smaller planes go down, little Cessnas and things like that in cornfields, but this was the 208 had 10 people on board. So
that's a big airplane. It's an enormous straight high wing Cessna. I remember when I was when I was in Livermore, I got a ride in one of those things. It's got an approach speed literally like 60 knots. The wing's so huge.
Yeah.
And it's a turboprop.
Yeah, it's pretty plane. Very pretty.
Yeah,
very pretty
it's not uncommon for those bush pilot types. Not uncommon. I know they're doing the work that needs to be done, but it's kind of like that show Ice Road Truckers. Whoops.
I found it. The guy's name, Elon Musk reposted it, but the guy's name's Justin Murphy. It spelled his name Justin, Murphy, like it sounds. Do you mind if I read it, Captain? Do you have time for me to read this or no?
Yeah.
I'll try to read it quickly, guys. It said, Elon is doing applied political science. He had a hypothesis and then he bet on it. And in being correct, we are learning empirically the professional managerial class has perfected a system of moral blackmail through which they convert third world suffering into personal wealth and status. They position themselves as noble humanitarian experts with PhDs who care deeply about things like global poverty to justify their own sinecures extracted from the national purse. These credentialed do-gooders wield the threat of African deaths as a shield against any questioning of their privileges. We've long understood the bourgeois professional hypocrisy in theory, but never have we had such a complete empirical revelation of the exact dollar amounts, the networks, and the individual names involved across the top of the professional managerial class hierarchy. Professional political scientists are generally feigning horror at Elon right now, but that's because they're members of that class, even if they're only minor and distant dependencies on Washington, D.C. I thought that is the best description I've seen so far. I wrote something similar 3 or 4 days ago, but my writing pales compared to this guy's, this Justin's. And what I said was, people are up in arms about Hamas. Hamas is evil. How can they hide behind the skirts of women and children for battle? More specifically, I said they use, schools and children as a shield, and the world finds that repugnant. And now I have to deal with the fact that my own political party is doing the same thing, albeit it's not warfare, but they're using the poor, hungry children of the world as a shield to camouflage their financial these crimes. It's the same thing, and it is particularly nasty. But I thought that was one of the best analysis to date about what we're seeing.
And when the next election comes up, what are they going to do? D straight down the list. They'll completely forget.
Yep.
The Cash Patel, now Elon doesn't have to put his piranhas on the SEC. All he's got to do is hit the cat button.
Yep.
So when is he going to point his light on the SEC? Hell, pointed at the Federal Reserve, which I think Trump is kind of doing right now, since they're $200 billion in debt to the Treasury. How is a central bank in debt to the Treasury? Now there's a big one to spear.
Yep.
200 billion plus, and that's on the Fred chart. So if the Fed owes the Treasury 200 billion, doesn't it mean Janet Yellen's in debt? I mean, she's the one printing the money. I think it's even funnier that those guys, that they had such great records of where the money goes, because they've got to know, that everyone's getting their cut. They just didn't know anybody would hit a button and bring it out. I want to see the booklet and all. I don't know who said it. In fact, I think you told me yesterday that Kennedy was talking about, why don't we print this up so the whole public can see it? Hell, just put it on a website so we can all download it and save the paper.
Well, they claim that's one of the things that Elon Musk is demanding, that all of this he's going to institute a program where it's done with blockchain. It's going to be fully transparent. All the payments you'll be able to track them. You'll be able to see who paid it. You'll see who got it in real time.
I want to see that so bad.
Kennedy, the guy Kennedy from Louisiana, I got sucked into watching. He's got a 16-minute video that's out, and it's incredible. He reads off a whole list of a menu of all of these expenditures and how silly they are. And that was his point, was that, these people they're enraged that Musk is doing this, claiming that somehow or another it's a palace coup and all this other silly accusations, but not a single one of them has expressed outrage about the spending. I'm like, you don't have a problem that we spent $3 million in Serbia for a DEI initiative? What does that even mean? I understand that the diversity, exclusion, and whatever the I is for, inclusion, whatever. I understand the concept of it. It's laughable. It's ridiculous. It flies in the face of meritocracy. But set all that aside. Why Serbia? What is unique about just Serbia? The whole planet, the whole fucking planet Earth, all the countries, all of the needy communities that need some DEI help, but we just sent $3 million to Serbia. Right then and there's some crooked shit going on. And there's I just want to find the Democrat that goes, are you okay with this? And if you ask them, Captain, and I've got into this, I got into a few arguments with people on Twitter, and it's always the same. You fucking maggots, you're all a bunch of cultists. I'm like, stop it with the name calling. Let's just answer a question. We'll have a civil conversation here. Why do I need to send $3 million to Serbia out of a truck driver's paycheck from Kentucky? Why is the truck driver in Kentucky or the woman who works as a high school cook in a kitchen, why does her paycheck need to go to a Serbian for diversity and inclusion? And if so, why are we not giving the whole world DEI money? What's specific about just Serbia? Because if you can't, for those of you who don't know where I'm going with this, because it wasn't about DEI. That was a $3 million bribe that landed in Serbia.
Somebody's paycheck.
Yeah, exactly. So you go there and you'll say, where did the $3 million go? And somewhere in Serbia, there'll be 100 posters with rainbows on them that says diversity is a net plus. And they'll have those plastered on all over town. Some printer got paid $100 for it, and that was where the $3 million went. After those few posters got hung up, because they got to do something to make it legal. That's the beauty of this. All of this shit up till now has been legal. It may not be moral, but I guess, and if you go by the letter of the law, they said, because no restrictions were put on it. When they hand $3 million to some office in Serbia that's got 10 personnel, 10 people working there, I'm surely You know, those people were just like, well, we got to do something to justify our existence. Well, let's get some posters printed up with rainbows on them, and we can check that box off. So they spent, you know, $5,000 at a print shop, but the rest of that $3 million, they divvy up amongst themselves. And I'm being a little simplistic, but that's how the
one about Sesame Street. Hey man, you can have my Netflix restriction or my Netflix subscription. You can watch Sesame Street all day long.
No, you're wrong, Captain. You're wrong there. They needed it to be in Farsi. They don't speak English. They needed Big Bird. They needed Big Bird to have everything in Farsi. But my whole point is, Jesus Christ, you know, they give a linguist, you know, in the military, you know this, if you go in and take the linguist test, they give you extra $100 a month. So if you're raised by a Croatian mother or a German, if your mother is perhaps Chinese and you were raised speaking English and Mandarin, and you find yourself in the Marine Corps, you just go in and take a test, prove that you can speak Mandarin, and they'll throw an extra $100 a month into your paycheck. So there's plenty of translators out there that can do the work for, I don't know, $100 a month. Why we needed to spend $1.5 million to translate Sesame Street into Farsi is beyond me. But it's because it's not about that. It's about getting that money there. It wasn't about Sesame Street. It's about getting that money there.
It's like in the Mafia books when they had a name for, there was always something that was actually the code for the name of the person getting it. I want to know what the code for condoms is. I want to know what Sesame Street means. I want to know what DEI Serbia. Who is Mr. DEI Serbia?
Yep. Well, the funniest part about the whole condom thing, and I said this yesterday, but nobody ever screamed bloody murder that it was wrong to spend the millions on the condoms. They were just up in arms that the MAGA people got the country wrong. They're like, it wasn't Iraq. Those condoms went to Africa. Like somehow or another, the destination made it okay to drop $50 million on fucking condoms. I'm like, this is a perfect example of this whole thing of you seize on some tiny inconsistency in the accusation. Okay, who gives a fuck what country it was? That's the kind of shit that incenses me. I'm like, are you kidding me? You know, that's your rebuttal. My accusation is that you wasted tax dollars on rubbers for a foreign country. And your rebuttal to me is, pirate, you got the wrong country. And I'm like, stop it. It's not about what country it went to, you fucking moron. Why are we spending $50 million for rubbers for anybody? And they'll refuse to answer that because there is no answer. The only thing they have right now is all this misdirection and sleight of hand.
Well, where's Barroom Bob now when they say the war's going to be over by Easter? There's a date.
Yep.
Well, he didn't do it. He didn't do it the day of. Okay. Biden couldn't do it the whole time since he was funneling money over there to go back to him, probably. Or at least Hunter.
Since you brought him up, it's a good time for me to do a mea culpa. I need to confess a crime here. It was particularly nasty what I did. I had claimed publicly that I was giving him a few minutes up front to speak about his biography in an effort to let everybody know a little bit about him. I claimed that I was doing it from a position of charity. Like everybody here knows me. I'd like to think they respect me. I want you to have that same opportunity. So tell us a little bit about yourself. I was lying. I knew exactly what it was, and it was pretty shitty what I did. I wanted him to tell the world what a loser he was, and he did that. When you hear a motherfucker say, yeah, I got no wife, no kids, no house, I just kind of bounce around the country like a fucking carpetbagger from bar to bar, and I day trade on my fucking phone. And he took it hook, line, and sinker. Literally told everybody who was listening, and I'm thinking to myself, I hope everybody's paying real close attention to that. This guy's a fucking bum. He has absolutely no accomplishments. His fucking life has amounted to nothing, and we're supposed to value his opinion. But I lied, and what I've done. what I did was in poor character, because that was my goal, and I should have just owned it, but I lied about it. I tried to act like I was doing something moral and nice, but it wasn't. It was kind of a way for me to shove a knife in him.
Didn't he wander like Cain?
Yeah, exactly.
You're a bum.
Yeah, you're just a fucking
You
bum.
got no address.
Yeah. No assets. You know, is middle-aged or approaching, probably beyond middle-aged. I'm sure he was either 45 or 50 years old. But, you know, I promise you, I did a quick analysis of what I'm thinking his life is likely consisted of, and it's an endless succession of shitty hotel rooms, hangovers, and food from a fucking fast food drive-through. Hardly someone that you would say, I need to seek this guy out and find out what his opinions are about geopolitical events.
Well, you know, he talked to thousands of people in bars, and
Sure, yeah, he's got that going for him. I
started laughing to myself, and I went, when I've gone to bars in my youth, I may have talked to, I don't know, groups of 3 or 4 at a time, but I wasn't lecturing 50. So if you're a barfly and you're running around, you're probably just trying to talk to 1 or 2 because you're trying to get in bed with the one.
Well, yeah,
So,
I mean,
yeah. So thousands? I've talked to thousands. Dude, please. We've already done the math.
I don't understand how people can circumvent, or how the Democrats can shut off that part of their brain that deals with self-preservation. Is it lost on them that they're being robbed? I mean, for a if you're a full-throated, card-carrying Democrat, and you find out that all of these politicians are living these amazing lives because they're stealing from you, and just so they can tell everybody they're on the winning team, they're all right with that, I would be fucking livid, man. Because I live a pretty nice life, but I had to pay a heavy price for it. My kids got it going on because their old man left it all on the battlefield. And to think that somebody else's kids are living a lifestyle commensurate with mine, and all they did was steal it from the fucking taxpayer, that burns my ass, man. It makes me feel like the sucker, because I'm like, Pirate, you got this whole fucking thing wrong, man. You didn't have to, why did you do it the hard way, dumbass? All you had to do, Ronnie, was become a politician, and it all could have been easy. And that fucking sets me on fire.
All they care about is winning. It doesn't matter how bad they are at the job. All they care is winning and getting someone else that can help them win to get them in a position so they win, and the other person wins. But they have, I mean, all you have to do is like,
Is that what they tell themselves? They're telling themselves that I'm on the winning team. Well, yeah, but I mean, I get it, but that whole thing of being able to tell people we won and your life is still shit, seems to me like that's a hollow victory. You know, I'd be like, yeah, sooner or later you think they'd question themselves and say, yeah, I'm on the winning team and I get to brag, but my life is still fucking shit. And meanwhile, Bernie Sanders has 3 fucking houses and 2 of them are on the beach. His fucking kids get everything. My kids get nothing. Does that never dawn on them?
Here's the easy one, and if Casey's listening, he'll giggle about this one. What it's like is like being a Raider fan. I've been a fan since I was a kid, and I buy the shirts, but let's face it, I'm cheering for the team that's not at the Super Bowl. So it's like being a Raider fan. You know, I've got the badass shirts, you know, silver and black. Yeah, ooh, the black hole. And we'll go to the draft and get another first round, and he'll be a bust. And it's a lot like being a Raider fan.
Well, You don't have to worry. Casey doesn't listen to us, man. He moved up, man. He climbed the ladder, man. He's got his friends now are like doctors and surgeons and registered nurses, licensed practical nurses. These people have sailboats, man. They have summer in the Hamptons.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Casey doesn't have time to hang out with us poors anymore.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, see, you went Hamptons. I don't know the name of it. I'd have to go on Google Maps. They're hanging out at the lake in Austin, and I can't remember the one that Lance Armstrong lives on. But yeah, they're at the lake in Austin on the boat. You know,
the golfing. Yeah, there you go. And I'm not talking about golfing like the rest of us do. Some goat ranch, some municipal golf course that's at the end of the county. They're going to the Masters. You know, you know. Those are he's got new friends now, man.
And they're leaving their.
There's a phone call. He'll be back. Well, if you are on the off chance listening, Casey, because you're on your way to work, fuck you and all your doctor friends, the rich nurses, all those people. You know. Petro says Lady Bird Lake. I've never heard of that one, but I'm going to assume that's a hoity-toity place where the rich and famous have adult beverages by the waterside. Look back up and I can see Chuck Blackmore said something, the Marine Corps. I think at that time I was going on and on about how Trump should have posted armed guards outside the FBI and shut the building down. And I don't think he can use the military like that because of the way the laws are written. Using the Marines for the border security be one thing, but using it inside the country, it may run afoul of the posse comitatus and all that. But it triggered a thought, Chuck, that the FBI was at one time one of the most respected institutions in the world. I mean, it's certainly in the law enforcement communities. Every local sheriff or sheriff deputies or cop or state trooper, even maybe, the Texas Rangers, the U.S. Marshals, all of those people looked up and respected an FBI agent. They were, that was the big league. You weren't in the minor teams. You made it to the very top of law enforcement. And somewhere along they lost their way. And then the all of the activities that they participated in to try to keep Trump out of office, it showed the public just how far they have fallen in terms of they've forgotten their mandate, what their job was for, which was to seek out crime and protect the country. And the minute that they decided that they should participate in the political process and use the power of all of their agents to help one candidate achieve victory in an election, and that was that was a dark moment for the FBI. It was kind of like when they switched over to the dark side, if you will. And it's going to take some real serious work for them to regain the trust of the American people going forward. We Love says, I hope Trump reveals details about Thomas Crooks. There you go. Beck, did you consider maybe writing that in a different way and just tell us about Thomas Crooks? Either A, you think we all know who Thomas Crooks are and you're just making a comment, or B, you want us to ask you about Thomas Crooks, but it seems like for efficiencies, you could have just came in right off the bat and said, let me tell you about Thomas Crooks. Come on, dude. You can do better than that. Erase that shit and try again. And to trick me into going to Google, Googling the name, reading all about it. I ain't got time for that, Tech. Hook a brother up. Here, I'll help you, Tech. Start out like this. Let me tell you about Thomas Crooks, ... and then dive into it. Go do it like that, man. Ben says demote him from his position as news correspondent. Yeah, Tech We Love he's never been a news correspondent. I can't remember exactly what role he plays here, but Terry is our journalist in here. Tech We Love says Thomas Crooks, the 20-year-old who took a piece of Trump's ear. The FBI hasn't updated us about how his home was cleaned out, etc. There you go. Now see, that's much better. I like it. That's far more beneficial than just trying to bait us into doing a Google search. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I read as much as anybody did when all of those assassination attempts went down, but for whatever reason, I haven't committed the assassins' names to my memory. I know there were 2 recently. I read as much as anybody about the events, but I haven't memorized their names. Talk about all this aid around the world and helping the needy and all of that, and it triggered a memory for me about how sometimes no good deed can go unpunished. when Team Pirate was still going about our business playing cowboy, we had some folks that lived real close to our ranch, and they weren't particularly friends with us. I talked to the guy a time or two. I respected him because he worked at a transmission shop and he knew all about trannies. And he got some cows. I think I did tell the story about his cows got out one time and got in and destroyed our garden, stomped on all the kids' pumpkins and all that. It was that family. But I never really had, any kind of social interaction with him, only in passing. One day I was on my way to or from our place, and I saw a girl walking down the side of the road, and she looked like she was in some sort of distress. You could obviously tell she'd been crying or was crying, and there was no place for her to be walking to. Wherever she was going, it was going to be a long march. I rolled the window down. I recognized her as one of his daughters. I'm going to say she was, 19, 20. And I didn't even know her name, but I knew who she was. And I asked her if she was okay. And she just kind of nodded. I said, "Do you need a ride?" And she said, "Yeah, I appreciate it." I said, "Where are you going?" She's like, "Up towards town." And I'm like, "Well, I'm headed that way. I'll be happy to give you a ride." She got in the car and she was going up and she crying the blues about this, that, and the other. And I didn't pry too much. And as she was getting ready to get out of the truck, she's like, "I hate to ask, but I'm hungry. Is there any way I could get a few dollars for me so I can get something to eat? I'd be happy to give it back to you." I'm like, "Yeah, it's one of my neighbor's kids. They're hungry. What am I going to do? Say no?" So as she got out of the truck, I peeled out some money and gave it to her and sent her on her way. I learned later on that she was wrestling with a drug habit. I guess she was a meth addict or a crackhead or whatever. And apparently he was having a lot of problems with her at home. I'd found all this out later, but I shared the story with Mrs. Pirate. We come home, I'm like, "You ain't gonna believe what happened today." And I told her the entire story, and she's like, "Yeah, you shouldn't have done that." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, I don't think you should have picked her up." I'm like, "Well, I can't do that. I'm not gonna drive past somebody on a country road crying. You know me better than that." She's like, I'm telling you that you shouldn't have done this." And I'll be damned if hardly 2 weeks had passed. I'm sitting in the house by the fireplace watching the news, and I hear a bang at our door. Somebody knocks on my door. It's a big event because, well, it doesn't matter. It was just this didn't happen. In 10 years, I didn't have 3 strangers knock on my farm door. But I get up and go to the door and I open it, and it's her, late at night, fucking destroyed on whatever chemicals she was using. And she got right to the point. "Can I have some money?" She literally made her way to my house to beg for cash in the middle of the night. And I thought to myself, man, Mrs. Pirate was right. I done fucking created a problem here. And of course I thought, there's no better time than now to take action. I said, "Listen, you got the wrong guy here. I helped you out once. In fact, I gave you a loan. You never even brought the money back. That's okay, but I'm not going to be somebody that you can just tap for cash whenever you like." I said, "You do me a favor if you'd leave here and never come back." I never brought it up with her father. In fact, I did everything I could to stay as far away from him after that. But it's just like anything else, man. This concept of us going all around the world helping people in need. It's like, you can't be the world's benefactor.
Tyra, don't you see those commercials where they're putting the shots in the arm of the kid? He's got the bloated stomach. Come on, you heartless bastard.
Yeah. Don't breed them if you can't feed them.
Yeah,
I read something the other day, and it sounds incredibly cruel, but I'm not scared to say anything. Now, I'll leave it to you to decide whether this was good or not. But they said for 80 years we've been feeding people like in parts of Africa that can't feed themselves because they have starvation. They're literally starving to death. So we have provided them with food in order to stop them from dying. The result of that was they had more babies. So what started out with, say, a population of 10 and I'm using the numbers now, 10 that we supported for their entire lives. We have become their source of food. Well, all they did was lay around and have sex. They breed. You know, the need to procreate is hardwired in any human being. So all they did was have more children that they couldn't feed. So all we did, in essence, was make it worse. And the argument was that if they'd have just left those people die, the problem would have been over with. So our solution was feed those people, and it'll solve the problem. And all we did was give them the nutrients and the energy to create a bigger problem. Now, whether or not that's immoral or dark or evil, I'm not weighing in on it. That was just the article I read. Then, of course, you had, Bobcat Goldthwait, or one of those comedians. He made a big joke about it back in the 80s of, here's a novel idea. If you're starving in a desert, move to where the food is. You shouldn't be surprised if you live in a desert and you're starving to death. So,
yep, I think he used to say, it's sand. It's sand.
Yeah. He's like, don't send them food. Don't send them food. Send them a fucking U-Haul. Move. Go to where some food is. Stop living in the fucking desert.
Well, I'll even go. Once again, I'll dovetail with you. I think they did know that, and that's the whole way that this USAID kept getting propagated. Find that village of 15 people, turn it into 200. They're not that ignorant. I almost think that they were throwing the seeds out there to make this happen. And the little kids that are in the commercials, they're just the faces of it. But the people getting the money, they're like, man, if we could get 10 of these villages, we could siphon off this many million. Yeah. Nobody's ever going to find it, and nobody's going to have the nuts to counter us and say, how could you do this? Look at these kids' faces. Really?
Yeah.
You're going
to
that
was the article I just read you. That was what it was about. He said they used them as a shield, a metaphor, a shield that you can't condemn what I'm doing. If you condemn what I'm doing, you're advocating for starving little kids. It's the perfect fucking wild card. It's kind of like the whole racism thing. No matter what it is, you flop out that's racist. They're like, oh, I'm sorry. God, I don't want anybody. I don't want to be a racist. So you win. You're right. You win. Maze in Bluetooth was helping me out. He said it was Sam Kinnison's. Thank you, Maze.
Yeah. Sam Kinnison. Duh. That's right. I could picture him yelling it right now.
Yep.
Coop in his hand going, it's sand! See, it's sand!
I've said the same thing about welfare in the United States. You get somebody that goes down to the local county and says, listen, she got pregnant. The man hauled ass. That's a whole nother thing about whether we should force men to pay for children they breed and all that. But there's a girl, she's got a kid, she can't feed it. She needs the rest of us to feed it. I'm of that group that says, I'm all in. Hell, we'll feed that kid till he's 18. We're good people here. We'll make sure that kid is taken care of. But you need to get your tubes tied. You need to go in today and get your tubes tied so you don't have any more before you get the first check. And you say, well, what if later on she can get her life together and find a good man and she wants to have children? Well, let's not get hung up on the tubes tied thing. Let's just leave the argument that if you want public handout because you got pregnant without a man to feed you, then you're limited to one, and then you get free birth control. Not only will we give you food stamps, but we're going to put you on the pill. And if you get knocked up again, you don't get it. You don't get a dime. Now you got to use the same money you were getting for the first kid. Now you got to make that money last for the two of them. Nobody wants to have programs like that because they know that they'll become attacked as somehow some evil Satan who wants to hurt hungry little children. And that's the bullshit. You need people to go, fuck you. I'm as big-hearted as the next guy, and I would give my life to protect an innocent child. I'm a good man. I'll step in front of the wolves at the door for anybody's children. But you're not just going to go in the back room, hump your brains out, and ploop kids out, and every time you do it, you get more money from a working man. It's the same as all that. This whole thing of the aid, this U.S. aid around the world, the assistance. I'm doing air quotes now. The assistance in the United States is the same sort of insidious grift. It's not about helping some poor little kid who would starve to death if you didn't shovel a little tax money their way. It's about a way of life that people have decided to embrace, that if you have kids out of wedlock, you instantly get a income stream. And more importantly, the more kids you have, the more money you make. You are incentivizing the bad behavior. It's like teaching a dog to bark. Bad idea.
Well, the Democrats would probably, and the people that are on this program, would probably love to throw the posters up of the kids not eating, of a kid with an iPad watching Sesame Street. But it's a pretty tough one to show, a bunch of guys out in the desert trying to put condoms on. With the big... Thank you, Yucca. Where's the horn?
Ah, man.
Gotta have the horn.
I know.
Horn first, man. Yeah, we need the horn first, man.
It makes me laugh so hard because I've met you.
How's everyone?
Better now.
All right.
Yeah, man. It's always more fun when you're here, man.
Wait a minute. Now, Casey's ears have to be burning. The prior conversation. We're on his channel.
Yeah.
Well,
I saw you guys
we talked
here.
about the whole pirate. We talked about the whole pirate thing this morning. That's the whole essence of being a pirate, is when you take somebody else's ship. If you just sail around on your own boat, you're just on a cruise. You're just having a boat ride. To be a pirate, you have to seize somebody else's vessel, take control of it. That's part of the name. It's actually in the name, pirate.
That's why Preacher's here. Preacher jumped from bow to bow. Is that what we're saying?
He's in meetings all day today, but he fired up the stream so we'd have a place to broadcast on YouTube from. And then he decided that it was probably beneficial to use KC's back of the big tramp because more people have access. KC always had 500 people. 10% of those people might have had access to the big tramp. And when we used my Pirates Hideaway or Papa Mac's Discord, you're throttling down the people who can use it. I did point out yesterday, I said Captain Hayden would be pleased with this because you've always advocated for a small, more intimate group.
Yeah.
But you're elitist. You're like that. You're kind of snobbish in that way. Yeah.
Bougie.
Yeah, you're bougie.
Yeah.
Bourgeois.
Yeah. I go with the elitist too. That's fine. I'm down with that. I'll stand on that pedestal and look down.
I know how you officers club guys are. I get it, man. There's an enlisted club, and there's for those of you who don't know about the military, the officers, they have special shit. They have like an O club. O stands for officers. They got an officers club, officers mess. You go into an officers mess, they have like fucking tablecloths on the tables, and they've got waiters that come around and fill you. It's like eating at a fine restaurant. You go to an enlisted men's mess, it's like a fucking fast food drive-through restaurant. So consider that. That's where we're at. I was going to ask you, I'm joking, of course, but I was going to ask you, man, I'd like to hear you share more about life on an aircraft carrier. I got a lot of questions about what it's like to be on an aircraft carrier. I was laying in bed last night, and now that I have you here, I won't grill you or interrogate you, but what's the laundry like? Like, do you like on base? We'd go to a laundry. We have a laundry room, and we had washers and dryers. They were free, but I could carry my shit down to the first floor and do my laundry. So, like, did you guys have a laundry room on an aircraft carrier, or did you just turn it into a laundry service?
Yeah.
How's laundry done on an aircraft carrier?
So, regular clothes, you had one of those white net bags, and you'd just put all your trash in there, and they wouldn't even take it out of the bag. They just throw the bag into the washer, and then throw it into the dryer. So the key there is, now on the flight suits, we used to.
Wait a minute. Slow down. So I get it. That's just like boot camp or whatever. I imagine you'd have your name, Captain Hayden, on the bag so that your bag didn't. But here's my question. So you just turn that in, and there's guys in there that do the laundry. All you got to do is turn it in and pick it up.
Yeah, just hang it on the door, I think was what we did. And the guys would grab
Jesus
it.
Christ.
Yeah. That's the only way to do it on the boat, though. Yeah. You can't have a bunch of guys waiting.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Sure. Make somebody else wash your fucking underwear. Yeah, that's typical.
Right. Underwear and socks, because we're all wearing, as the pilots, we're all wearing flight suits usually. So, except for the guys trying to get command, then they jump into their khakis so that they look special. But the rest of us, we'd wear bags. So really the only thing you needed to get clean was your t-shirts, your underwear, and your socks, right? So what we would do is put the underwear and socks, and then we had a special deal with the riggers. We would give them the flight suits and then the squadron shirts you wore underneath and pay them. Which was a great deal for them. They didn't mind, because that way, if my drawers smell bad, because those guys didn't care, they just threw bags and bags into the washer, and the stuff came back. It looked like, I don't even know what to say. Potato chips.
Do they have like dry cleaners too? Like, do you?
No.
No dry cleaning on ship.
No, it's not like going to the local Korean clothes place. No,
Let me ask you this. I have a whole list of questions. Are you allowed to wear any civilian clothes while you're out at sea? Like if you're off duty? No. So you're always in uniform, just some sort. Okay, I get it. Like battle. You have BDUs or whatever. You don't necessarily walk around in your Class A whites, but you're always in some sort of uniform.
Yeah. The ship guys, the shoes, the black shoes, they're wearing the cotton khakis. The fellas, they're always wearing like if you're not on the flight deck, you're wearing the dungarees and that stuff.
Right.
But the squadron types, they're wearing their. Well, the guys on the flight deck, they wore dungarees too, but they'd have their shirt for whatever they did.
Right.
So, yeah, everyone's kind of always in a uniform.
Right. When you're off duty though, you can't run around with like a Cincinnati Bengals shirt on and a pair of fucking cotton shorts.
We would in our stateroom, and if you were going to go work out, you wear your PT clothes. You can wear whatever you want going to the gym, but you didn't walk around in a pair of blue jeans and a shirt. No.
Now another question I had for you. I got to keep this moving, or else I won't get all my questions in. How long would a typical aviator like yourself stay at sea? When it come time for you to go out on the boat, how long would you be out there?
That's such a tough one nowadays, because if we were doing a 6-month cruise, you were guaranteed almost 7. It was like 6.5, 6 and 3 weeks, but it was never 6 months.
But you'd stay 6 months on the boat. I mean, I know you got shore leave from time to time, things like that. But
if the boat pulls in.
Yeah.
But nowadays, what these guys were doing in the Black Sea, I've heard a couple of boats were out for like 8 months. Now they did come out, and they might dock, I don't know what ports, but I'd heard some of these cruises were incredibly long. And that, 8 months. Oh my God. I don't care if they have FaceTime and whatever, playing their Xboxes on board. That's a long time to be on the boat.
Yeah, that's a long time. Now, though these guys, like the young guys who don't have a wife and kids at home and a lot of debt hanging over their heads, does that afford them an opportunity to save a bunch of money? I know before I had wife and kids, I know if I went on a TDY, we would go somewhere, and if I was gone for long periods of time, I would always end up saving a lot of money because you got a little something extra for per diem and all that. But more importantly, there wasn't a lot of things to piss money away on. So do they save a lot of money while they're out at sea?
Yeah, I mean, and of course, what's the scariest time for a sailor? The day after payday on a shore leave, because they just drank their entire check. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm thinking if a guy goes 7 months and he doesn't pay rent, I mean, he lives on the boat, he eats on the boat, he eats on the boat, he doesn't have any other bills, he's getting paid on the 1st and the 15th. Money's got to accumulate. Yeah,
I mean, guys, there are guys that do, and then there are guys that as soon as they get ashore, they've got to blast a hole in their pocket, and then there are little shops on the boat. The big deal in the ready room for us was if you were walking from your stateroom to the ready room to do whatever, paperwork or get ready for a flight, you stop by the little ship store and you buy and I'll never even buy them at a store. You buy 7 cans of Pringles and you just put the Pringles in the front of the ready room, and whoever walks in just goes in and just grabs a handful of them. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but the guys, the fellows they'd buy stuff. If they want, I think when we went ashore, if it was a U.S. type of installation, guys might go buy, your Walkman or back in the day or
I get it.
Now.
I get it, but you're not going to, even with the modest military pay, you're not going to piss away your paycheck on Pringles and a watch. I mean, you're going to come out. You should come off of that cruise with more money than you would save, but then you would save by being at home.
Right, and there'll be guys when you go ashore when the guys were in the Gulf, everyone went and bought carpets or, there's always something that guys go buy. And of course,
you're in Germany. I've seen guys in Germany, they'd send home a grandfather clock or exactly. they go to Philippines and they buy gold because the gold necklaces and all that shit. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So same old stuff. But all I can really say is now, coming from an officer standpoint, the boat, now, and I'm 30 years removed, the greatest place in the world to fly, the world's worst place to live.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it would be like living in a hangar at your local airport.
Right. Yeah. To walk around and see everything that's going on. I mean, you have to be in awe of watching everything that's going on around you. But
until it's time to go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was the line in charge of the line guys for a while, and those bastards knew exactly where I lived, which was underneath JBD-1's cooling pipe. And they'd come by, just drop 10 chains over the top of my rack.
Sure.
Yeah. They knew exactly where I was at. They'd be stomping around on top of me, because they were only 6 inches, 6 inches above me, So they played the games of, Mr. J's right about here, and drop all the chains. And I knew it. So, it was good times for that.
Well, I appreciate you playing along. That was just a short list. I have some more questions, but I don't want to turn it into 8 hours of military talk. It bored the fuck out of everybody. I think we've already ran off 10% of the listeners already.
Well, that's how we need to cut Casey's channel.
I'll have some more questions for you later.
Yeah. In fact, I'm just about to get home with this Kyle. I got to unload this. I'll be on later.
All right, then.
Late.
Morning, Mama Love. Fisherman still out there? There was fishermen out there earlier. Trying to snag some sheep's head off the dock, and it nice. It looked like a little charter or a little charter boat. Fishing guide. He had a real nice bowling platform. Looked like he had his client up front. Yeah, it could be a privateer and just two buddies, but no. But a lot of those guys, they're just a guide. They do one-on-one trips. You know, $500. They take one guy fishing. He might be. He might have upgraded. Pretty skinny water out there, though. It was low tide this morning, and I could see the beach was 3 times as big as it normally is. So, is he? Yeah. He's probably wanting to know if they've caught anything and what's biting. You know, Mike's a fishing fanatic. What's on your schedule today?
Are you muted?
No, I'm live in living color. I just meant in general. Do you have appointments, or are you hanging out here today? You don't have to talk. Yeah, I'm live. Nobody here. Me. Preacher has a meeting. Yucca's here. The appetizer.
Bless you.
I'm not even make sure. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm back. Just having a bite, but I'm around here. If there's any issues or anything, it's like we had more of the same. So just sideways action. Very surprising.
Yeah, nothing particularly interesting.
I guess, not a lot of activity in Chata. No, no shills to have fun with.
No, nothing exciting. Captain Hayden stopped by and had an opportunity to satisfy my curiosity about some things about aircraft carrier life, and I was asking him about the laundry and all that sort of thing. So he and I chatted for a little while, but he had to run. Been kind of quiet since then.
Sorry for being away, but I had to get some things done. And now I'm back home, but I will need to look after the kids, so I'm going to be on and off, but well, a lot more than for the last like 2+ hours.
Oh, no worries, mate. No worries. Real life comes first, man. Do the real life stuff. That's what's important. I'm sure a lot of you folks are familiar with a guy named Ian Carroll. He's pretty popular on Twitter. If you don't follow that, he's one of the content creators who's kind of established himself as being one of the experts at doing deep dives. And he produces a lot of content that has, if you spend any time watching it, you realize real quick that he spends a whole lot of time getting the receipts, and then he doesn't just make these declarations on the internet. He'll take you step by step, showing all of his evidence, and then let you come to your own conclusions. And but he's put out something this morning that said he found some other documents and he's gone through them, but the too long don't read. 93% of the U.S. aid funding was estimated to be fraud. 93%. You could see a government program where, maybe 10% is fraud, waste, and abuse. Even a Walmart factors in that some of their stuff is going to be shoplifted and shrinkage, and there's no way that in any system it can be immune from some sort of fuckery. But to think that with the billions of dollars that were shoved into that, and that 93% of it was all fraud, incredible. It's going to be historic.
Yeah, that kind of tells you that it was done by design. It wasn't a hidden flaw.
Yep.
It wasn't a miss somewhere. That's just built in.
Yeah, it wasn't some random dude who got caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Yep, you're exactly right, preacher. And the sad part about it is this thing didn't just happen for the Bidens. No. This it's crossed party lines. There's Republicans and Democrats. This is the dirty little secret that everyone has known existed, but it was always just kind of rumor or accusations, unfounded. Now they're just rubbing people's noses in it. I seen a meme yesterday where it's got, I don't know what movie it's from, but it's some girl who's grabbing another girl by the back of the head, and she's got her forcing her to look at something. I can't remember. I apologize that I don't have the meme to share with the rest of the class, but it's like, no, you're going to look at this. You're not going to look the other way. This is proof. It's what we said all along, and it's 1,000 times bigger than what anybody had dreamed.
Thing is, people should go to jail for this.
Yeah, you were gone. You just said exactly, almost word for word, what I said half an hour ago. I want to see investigations, charges brought against the criminals, and if they're found guilty, I want to see people go to jail for it. And I added to your thought, they need to claw back the money. You know, this money isn't all gone or spent. A lot of this money is laying in accounts. That's what I said. I'm sure that there's been a furious activity in people moving money, in the Washington, D.C. participants and all this. I'm sure that if they're smart, they're going about moving that money to countries that have that are known for, you know, non-extradition, and make sure that it's beyond the reach of American law enforcement. Because I think that you'll have somebody like Pam Bondi and some of these other people that are going to go after these people and absolutely go after the money. The money was part of a crime. It was no different than if you broke into Fort Knox and stole gold bars. Once they discover that you're the one that broke in and you took the gold, it's not just good enough to arrest you. They want the fucking gold back. We want the gold back.
Yep, I agree.
I read something that's really funny, Preacher. One guy said, you know, they're attacking these young guys that Musk has got. He's got some of these boys, I guess they're 20, like my son's age. And he's got them in there, you know, they're computer geniuses or intellectual superheroes in my mind. But these guys are in there going about this work. And of course, all the old, bloated fucking swamp creatures are, you know, these are 20-year-old kids, you know, blah, blah, blah. And the guy on here I follow says that most folks have spent the last 5 years telling us that we have to listen to a 17-year-old Swedish teenager about climate change. And he's talking about Greta, the whole "how dare you" girl. He's like, when it was her screaming into the camera, everybody was on top of everything they're doing and pay attention to her. She was a voice of the new generation demanding, and it was like another example of the hypocrisy. They hold her up like she's some sort of a Joan of Arc. Meanwhile, you got these guys in Washington showing them how all these crooks were going about their business, and that they're attacking them. I don't give a fuck if it's a 9-year-old kid doing it. Pay attention to what he's showing you. And that's another example of that whole thing of they're running around screaming about Musk doesn't have the authority to go in this room or that room. I'm like, do you really care if somebody kicks the door in once you realize what's on the other side of that door? And the whole concept of him kicking doors in is ludicrous. Everything he's done has been completely legal. Trump was elected. Trump hired him because the way that what people don't realize is there are rules. Trump hired Musk, and because the pay for Musk falls below a certain threshold, it doesn't require a Senate confirmation. There's no law that says we need to have a confirmation process for Musk. But it doesn't matter. All these people that are squalling, they're squalling because they're caught. It has nothing to do with, you know, they're trying every trick in the book. It's a palace coup. He doesn't have a right to do that. This is a power grab, all the ridiculous shit. And I'm like, let's get back to the topic at hand. Tell me more about the $3 million for the transvestite comic book for Venezuela. Tell me again about that part. Oh, we don't want to talk about that, right? I'm sure you don't.
Nope. But that's the thing, because it doesn't matter who they would use, right? What they're, I guess, trying to push is that you're not allowed to use anyone that's not controlled by us. That's basically what it is, right? If you bring in any contractor off the street and tell them, well, here's some money for your time, look into this topic and find me, give me details. Anyone, right? Anyone that they would hire to do this would be a problem then, because they weren't elected. Sorry, but it's like, if I need to do a job and I know that someone's good at it, can do it, and for not a lot of money, yeah, I'm gonna do it, right? So.
Well, it's not the same, but imagine if you had somebody who was perhaps out of work, down on his luck, his kids were hungry, and the guy says, he goes out in the middle of the night and he breaks into a warehouse to steal like canned goods. He's going to steal some baby food for his kids. So he breaks the window, he climbs into the warehouse, and he's loading up a bag with baby formula. And he looks and he sees that they're making ricin. That there's a bunch of guys in the warehouse and they're cooking up some sort of dirty bomb. And he leaves, he sneaks away, and he goes to the police and says, listen, there's guys in this room, man, and I think they're putting an atomic bomb together. And they go, wait a minute, you broke into the building? What were you doing? He's like, yeah, I was stealing baby food. And then they completely ignore the fact that he came to them and said, look, these terrorists are building a bomb in there. And it would be like if they said, yeah, we don't care about that. We're going to arrest you for breaking into the building. And my story there isn't even accurate because he's in no way broken into the building. But I think you see the point. The story I'm trying to paint here is that does nobody care about what they've discovered? And I think the simple truth is everybody cares. It's just so earth-shattering that they're looking for anything they can to redirect. It's like that old magician's trick of look at this hand up here. Look at the shiny thing I'm holding up. Don't pay attention to this down here, because they don't want the people to become well-informed about what's going on. They don't want the average guy. They don't want the truck driver to figure this out, because I'm already hearing rumblings of people talking about attacks, not a holiday, refusing to pay your taxes, tax protest. We're going to have a tax holiday. I've heard people say, I want the last 4 years of my taxes refunded. I drive a garbage truck. I work 40 hours a week. I don't make much. I don't really have any kids or deductions, so you're taking 40% from me. But I've paid it for the past 4 years because you said it was for the good of the country. I want my money back. And I know it's foolish. But it's a political statement that people are saying. I want and I don't know why they come up with 4 years, but the point is they're saying I'm entitled to a refund because you took this money from me under the auspices of it was for the good of my community. And we both know that it wasn't for our Navy, our military, it wasn't for highways or public education. No, this was a crime. So give me my money back. And then you, part of that group is the other ones too that say, yeah, we're just not going to pay any more at all. And that's the danger, preacher. If something like that catches, it's like a brush fire, a prairie fire. If that catches on in America where people say, yeah, I'm just not paying my taxes anymore. Fuck you. Now they got a real fucking problem.
Yeah. Like as a comparison to Trump and Moscow, what I was thinking is, let's say a church chooses their preacher or whatever, they're the head of the church, right, to be, and then he chooses some guy to look over the church at night, right?
Right.
And that guy catches some thieves, which are members of the church, and then the church is the members are like, oh, but why did you put him there? We didn't elect him. Like,
right.
Well,
yep, exactly. That's a perfect example. Yep.
We shouldn't look at you stealing. No, we should look at why is someone else allowed to be in the church apart from the person that was chosen. Well, the person that was chosen can delegate work to people. It's not like work alone. That's what they would want him, if possible, for even Trump to work alone, not to have any advice from anyone, no support, no nothing. Of course, they would want this, but that's not how life works.
Yeah.
I said over a year ago, and I told KC, I said, Trump's going to win. He's going to win by a landslide. It's not. And I said, and that is going to put to rest all of this. He stole the election business. And I saw my dreams come true. There's not a single person out there who can argue that he's not the duly elected president. So that put all that foolishness to rest. I had hoped that he would go about things in a different way because they just fucked him in the ass on his first go around. And I knew that he's not the type of person. Trump makes mistakes. He steps on his dick on a regular basis, but he learns fast. He's not the kind of guy that makes the same mistake twice. And I knew from the beginning, I said, if he makes his way back into the Oval Office, it won't be like last time. But I'm telling you, preacher, in my wildest fucking dreams, I didn't see this coming. And it's amazing. Nothing short of amazing. He will go down in history as one of the top 3 most influential presidents in history. No way around it. They might hate that man with a white hot passion, but they'll have a hard time finding another president who's ever done more that was influential. Maybe Lincoln with freeing the slaves, George Washington with leading us through the Revolution, helping us gain our independence from the United Kingdom. But what I would argue that those 2 presidents, they made the country better by opposing, well, I guess you could say great evils. The evil of the royalty, the whole idea of taxation without representation from England. And then Lincoln with the slaves, that was a great evil. But this one here is different because the evil is within. Mm-hmm. It was like a cancer has metastasized in my country, and it has grown over generations, maybe multiple generations, that has turned our political system into nothing more than a path for wealth for the connected. And sooner or later, that had to be dealt with. And I think history will reward him as with all of his flaws, all of his pussy grabbing, and all of his grandiose claims, his arrogance, all of those things. He'll still be rewarded as the guy who ultimately fixed an incredible wrong. And I like that. This concept that we have from Hollywood that superheroes have to meet some purity test where they have there's always this good guy, bad guy thing, and real life isn't like that,
Yeah, I agree.
Take a lot of pleasure in it.
I think it's a shock for everyone, like the amount of stuff he's done in such a short time.
Yeah. Well, back to the whole, he messed up the first time. He realized by the time in his last presidency, his last administration, by the time he realized that they were slow walking everything, they wouldn't openly oppose him. They just basically quietly went around in the rooms, like Peter Strzok said, is like, we're not going to let him. He thinks he's in charge, but he's not. We'll show him. And they were right. They were right. And he's had years to think about it. Fucking years for him to sit and, like you said, be left with his own thoughts and say, how did it go so wrong for me the first time? And he had to come to the stark realization that it was the system, and a lot of it was his own people. And he knew that there was a cure to that, and that was that you have to purge everybody. Everybody has to go. And if you throw a few good people out, then that's the price that has to be paid. I've said several times, I feel bad for even the Democrat people who are part of the Washington machine. If they showed up and did their job, if they actually gave value to the citizens, it's sad that they have to go. But that's the nature of things sometimes. We can't afford to say, we're not sure about this guy, so we'll leave him in his job. I'm sorry, dude. You're one of the few ones here that were good, but we can't afford to take a chance. All you fuckers got to go. And then for sure the people I'm putting in now, I will vet them. We'll look into them. We'll find out what organizations they align themselves with.
We'll find out, you know, their based on their social media history, all of those things. We will find out through heavy research whether this is a good actor or a bad actor. So we'll know going forward that everybody is rowing the boat in the same direction. You know, not these people that sit in the boat and pretend they're holding on the oar. They're going through the motions, but they're not putting their back into it. And then not to mention the people who are rowing in the opposite direction. So he's gone about it this time. He saw the error of his ways and he was like, yep, you fucked me the first time, but not this time. But in my wildest fucking dreams, I didn't see all this coming out. But what you said half an hour ago, Preacher, is my dream. I want to see somebody arrested. If for no other reason, Preach, you need to send a signal to the American citizens that they can have faith in their government again. Otherwise, why won't this happen again? If you don't take the money back and you don't put people in jail, this is going to happen again. It could be the Republicans next time. Not that maybe it's the Republicans who go, we're in charge now. We're going to have a fucking scam with comic books and all this. But our people will be the recipients this time. So you just have more of the same. So that's another reason why they need to have investigations, charges, and then more importantly, people need to be punished. It's a whole system of justice. You need to show people that there's a price to be paid for doing this. As a footnote, Preacher, I think we're going to see, I hope we see an increase in foreclosures. I made a post on it, and I can't edit my post, but I put a post on X. I said, I hope we see housing foreclosures, car repossessions, and bankruptcy filings increased. But I made a mistake. I meant to say in DC. So if anybody happens to pass across that X post, I didn't mean to imply countrywide across the country. And I don't know that maybe it could be countrywide, but it should be specific to these people who were relying on this criminal activity to support a lifestyle that they weren't entitled to. These $3 million homes and the mortgages that came with them, the brand new fucking high-end Escalade cars and those car payments, the private schools, all of that shit was being paid for just like a mobster who lives high on the hog, but the money comes from crime. I hope that, I know a lot of these people probably squirreled enough money away or they've set themselves up with they'll be fine. But I hope that there's some small measure of financial justice in this. And I look forward to seeing news dropping of that. You know, somebody else put a nice post out that I read. It was like, where are these people going to find jobs, Preacher? They don't have a skill set. See, they weren't doing anything for the government for their money. They may have a law degree, but my thing is that where are all these people, the millions of people who are involved in this, the trickle-down people, not just the politicians, but all the people who work for these organizations, who had these no-show jobs, this whole work. I've said all along, the whole work-from-home thing was a giant fucking con. It was essentially, this was, if you were on the Cool Kids Club, you just got money put in your account. It was like on the 1st and the 15th of every month, your bank account got replenished with cash, and you did nothing for it other than you were in the group that got signed up for I'm doing air quotes now, a job. So those people, they're denied that now. That money stopped. Their paychecks didn't come, but those bills are still coming. That mortgage, the tuition for the private schools and those car payments, that shit's still coming. And I don't know how the public sector can offer all these people employment opportunities.
Well, I mean, reality hits from time to time, because that's the thing. When your whole life or career is based on something that's not real, on fake productivity, the reckoning day comes. And I remember this from actually it was my second company I was in. I was talking at one point with one of the senior managers over there, and talking about, noticing people that were just promoting a lot just based on, who they were friends with, and who they were going out on the weekends with and having drinks with and stuff like that, because there were people who were just getting promoted with like that did not deserve it. And what this guy told me is that, look, there are such people, but at one point you hit the ceiling. They hit the ceiling where you can spot them that they don't have the right skills, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the ethics. So like they will reach a point where this will not work anymore, and they just they'll get basically ratted out by themselves. So it's a lot more extreme in this case, but that's basically what it is. It's people who are having jobs that don't have the skills, don't have the knowledge, don't have the output coming out from their work to show that they deserve whatever salaries they were getting. So, and I'm thinking also about all the kids, all the students that fell in the trap of going for, gender studies and shit like that. What will those kids do now with their gender studies diploma?
Yep.
Like they can't, at least in a few months ago, they could maybe get like a job as a teacher or a professor, because that's what the liberals were pushing, right? That's what they wanted to have in schools. But now, what are you going to do with that? Apart from wiping your ass, I don't know if you can use it for anything.
They're going to have to learn a new skill.
Yep.
Which essentially means everything that they did was a waste.
Oh.
All the money spent and the time was all a waste. Choices, man. Choices have consequence in life.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely wonderful, honey.
We'll find out tomorrow.
We found a 1 pound bag of whole almonds. Shelled, obviously. Unsalted almonds.
Nice.
And it says best if used by 2018. Somehow or another they got lost in our pantry. The missus was going to throw them out. I insisted she keep them. I just opened them. And I'm here to tell you they smell wonderful and they taste wonderful. So she said we'll find out by tomorrow if they destroy me. But
Thank you, Clement. This few.
he got one and that's it. I did a quick Google search that said almonds aren't necessarily toxic for dogs, but it's not good for them to have them. But nevertheless, he got one. Logan, you'll be pleased to know the almonds taste fine. You'll be pleased to know the almonds taste great.
Be right back.
Yeah, man. Mueller asked, is almond expensive in the U.S.? Yeah, Mueller, pretty much all nuts are, whether it's pistachios, almonds, cashews, all of those are at a premium. The only thing you can buy in the United States cheap are peanuts. In the southeastern part of the United States, around Georgia, places like that. You remember President Carter was a peanut farmer, but peanuts are pretty cheap because they're easy to mass produce. They grow them like corn. They plant them using huge John Deere tractors, harvest them. They even make hay. Anybody that knows anything about a peanut, the peanut grows underground. Grows off of the root underground. The plant that's above, that has the leaves and all that on there, is just a way for photosynthesis, gather energy from sunlight. But when they harvest those, they even make hay. That's called peanut hay. You can feed that to cattle. But because of the mass production capabilities, peanuts are relatively cheap. But the cashews, almonds, pistachios, that's all another matter. So they're a great deal more expensive.
Yeah, I remember at one point we grew our own peanuts, and I remember the first time I saw them, I thought it was a joke, like someone trying to trick you. Similar to how pineapples grow,
Yep. Southeastern United States also grows pecans, pecan, depending upon how you pronounce it. Those grow on a tree, similar to a walnut. They harvest those. They have a machine that grabs the tree and it literally just shakes the shit out of the whole tree when they know that they're getting ready to drop, so that all of the nuts fall at the same time. Of course, with pecans, they come in a shell. They have to be cracked. You can buy those. If you buy those locally, you can get some of that cheaper if you live in an area where that's available. But walnuts, same way. But no, they don't. I don't think they shake the tree for walnut. Maybe they do. I don't know. But the biggest thing with the walnuts are that it's hard to get the meat out of the shell. So if you buy walnuts that are already shelled, you're going to pay a premium for that.
Mm-hmm.
I was always, when I was in my drinking days, I was fond of pistachios because you could just sit and crack them. The pistachios the shell would be partially open, peel them open, discard the shell. That was always nice with beer. Richard pointing out, yep, peanuts are technically not a nut, they are a legume. Yep. Laura says 1 kilogram of almonds is $40 US. In Germany, $20. That's crazy. Wayfrog, friend, the asphalt amphibian, he said it'll take more than some out-of-date almonds to take down a pirate. You're damn right. highway frog. Eventually, I will meet my end, but it won't be because of some stale almonds. Although in the town I grew up in, we had a guy die in our community from food poisoning. He attended a cookout where they had barbecue ribs. And at the end, there was a bunch of ribs left over, and he took them home and he forgot them and left them in his car. I can't remember. I was a kid at the time. I don't remember how long they were in his car, but he refused to throw them out. And he ate those ribs, and I think he died of botulism. It literally killed him. I remembered it was a big deal in the community I grew up in. But leaving a meat product, even one that's already been cooked, in a non-refrigerated environment, I don't think it would be a big surprise to think that that could kill you. Because when it's Christmas, she goes to Germany shopping to get lots of nuts and marzipan. What is marzipan? I've heard the word before, but I'm unfamiliar with it. Anybody know, or do I have to look it up?
I don't know. It's like a filling that they use in different sweets, but I'm not a fan of it.
Like a caramel or a gooey
really,
type
like,
thing, or no?
Well, ish. Yes, it's more crumbly. It's white, mostly from what I know. I don't know if it has a different word in English, but yeah, I'm definitely not a fan if I can choose.
It's something you'd find in a candy bar or something?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
I know there's some people that like it and prefer it, but yeah, I'm not one of them.
Here it says marzipan is a confection consisting primarily of sugar and almond meal. Well, there you go. I've never had Vegemite. First time I've ever heard the word was from the song, I come from a land down under, where women grow and men thunder. It was a song during the 80s. I forget the name of the band. It's a real popular song, but something about he smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. And it's like once years had passed and I was able to look it up on the internet, I think Vegemite was something that's akin to, I guess peanut butter or something. I don't know, but from what I've heard, it's kind of nasty. But I guess they eat the hell out of it in Australia.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I remember I had the same thing with molasses, and I've actually seen it in a shop once. I was like, oh, I gotta try this. Yeah, not impressed, but I mean, if there's nothing else, I guess it has its purpose.
I got to eat some exotic foods as a result of a lot of my military buddies marrying girls from around the world. Filipino girls we'd have NASCAR parties or whatever. That was one of the cool things about the cultural melting pot. You get to eat a lot of really cool shit. They would make dishes that were normally only found in their home countries, and so I got to try a lot of stuff, but not necessarily everything. And I didn't get to travel as a tourist, so I didn't get to eat a lot of stuff around the world. Petro said Toto. No, that's not Toto. Malye is right. Men at Work. Thank you, Malye. Men at Work. Do you come from the land down under, where women roll and men thunder? I don't know if it's women roll. It's women do something and men thunder. I remember that song. It was real popular when MTV was in its hiatus.
in its infancy.
I remember laying a carpet when that song came out, and this buffoon had it on replay. I heard that song for like 2 fucking hours.
I thought it said women.
That's when nobody's around. When nobody's around, you just go over and you just take your hammer and just smash the fucking radio.
Yeah, it was. I think it was an 8-track also, as funny as that sounds. That sounds like 1980, 79?
Yep. 82-ish.
Yeah. God, I can still hear that fucking song.
I've never had haggis. Isn't haggis where they take a sheep stomach and fill it full of rice and rye and things like that? I think that's what it is, but I've never had haggis. Haggis, however it's pronounced.
You know, some things just don't need to be eaten.
Well, I don't know. You know, I can't judge it because I would think that would be the very thing. It's kind of ignorant to. If you've never tasted it, how can it go? My kids have a big joke when they'll ask Mrs. Pirate. Mrs. Pirate will say, like, I don't like pork chops. And the boys will say, Mom, what does pork chops taste like? And she'll say, ooh, I don't like it. And that was a family joke. And they were like, we didn't ask you if you like it. We're asking what it tastes like. But I've never had haggis or haggis, however it's pronounced, so I couldn't begin to pass judgment on it. But just the concept of having something made out of an animal's stomach, I think some people find repulsive. But that's no different than the southern tradition of chitlins. You know,
I was going to say the same thing.
They use pig's intestines, know, which is the intestine tract, which literally means pig shit went through it all the way down to the pig's asshole. But if you butcher the pig and you take it out and you boil it and clean it and get all the shit out, and then it's nothing but like it looks like a rubbery, I don't know, pasta. Yeah.
Yep. So it's the same thing they're doing in restaurants where they give you those fried calamari, but they're in circles. Yeah, that's a pig's ass. They just cut it. So I don't do fried calamari.
Yep.
Chitlin, and I don't care what all my Nebraskan relatives would call it. Rocky Mountain oysters. I'm not eating balls. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, that's cool. Those are bull testicles, and I've never had those, even though they were plentiful for me. I could have had all I wanted. It just never.
Nope.
Never occurred to me.
I go by the code of I don't eat another male's balls. I don't do it.
No, that's not true.
I got a cousin that says that's the most tender meat. I'm like, I ain't never gonna know.
And it may be, and it may taste absolutely wonderful. It just the whole idea of it is like, it's not necessary. I got a 900-pound cow here. I don't need 2 ounces of meat that bad.
Well, I mean, let's just go French. Let's go French.
I've eaten pig's feet, pickled pig's feet, where they take the pig's foot and they boil it, clean it, disinfect it, and then it's pickled in vinegar. I have eaten that. I've never had cow's tongue. My grandmother used to eat cow's tongue, and she was fond of it.
Like you said, let's a couple French. 100 pounds. Yeah, let's go French. The French, known for their cuisine. Who's the first French guy that ate a slug?
Yeah, snails.
Yeah. The whole thing of, well, they feed them this or that. It just tastes like garlic. Well, you know what I'll do? I'll just eat some garlic. I'm good with that. Oh.
I've never had foie gras or frogua. I think that's the French cuisine where I think they they force feed a duck or something, and then
Yep.
and then eat it, butcher it and eat the stomach, I guess.
They put milk in there too.
I wouldn't even begin to know, but I kind of knew sort of what it was.
Is that like veal? Of course, I guess I'm a hypocrite because I have had some low-end caviar.
I've never had caviar. I wouldn't know. The way I understand it, it kind of explodes in your mouth. I guess it has a salty flavor to it.
I got it from Whole Foods for the wife. It was like in the frozen section.
Never had it.
If it's from Whole Foods, it could only be so good.
I've had fresh milk. I've only had it one time. I didn't care for it. But to be fair, when I had it, it wasn't particularly cold enough. And I don't know if that had something to do with it. But for me, it was thick because it still had all the cream and everything in it. It was really thick, and I was accustomed to commercial milk. So I didn't care for whole fresh milk.
Probably make some serious ice cream out of that.
Oh, I bet.
Liked it, but for me the thing is it was one of the few memories I have with my grandfather, like him milking his cow, and he had like a sieve to catch any dirt or anything that might fall in, so the milk was clean, and then he just grabbed a metal cup and gave me like warm, freshly squeezed milk.
Right.
Yeah, that was I don't know if it's the taste or I just liked it, or if it's the memory, but yeah, I do have fond memories with that. So, I'm a fan. But then again, I also used to eat like raw eggs as a kid, so.
Yep.
I think Hayden was going to do that, try to do the raw egg thing to get bigger. And I told myself, I'll just buy you some creatine, you're fine.
Those actually.
I knew some guys who used to go on some social events, and it was a rattlesnake roundup. Big fun. They'd go out and see. And they would eat the rattlesnakes. I've never had any sort of snake meat. I just didn't care to try that either.
We did that at survival school.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to taste the that little huge rodent that you always find on the side of the road. They're blind as a bat. Popular in Texas.
Armadillo?
Armadillo. Yeah, one of the groups, they ate an armadillo. I didn't get a taste of that. I was so hungry though. They were frying moss in Crisco, and I just stuck my hand in the Crisco and just ate that. That's how hungry I was.
I'd have a hard time eating armadillo because I don't know if it's a wives' tale or if it's scientifically accurate, but I heard that they carried leprosy.
Maybe. I didn't eat it. I never stayed in touch with those guys. Who knows what happened to them? Maybe they're in a insane asylum. No, leprosy. That's when you go to the island, right? Because your skin.
Yeah, all your shit starts to fall off. Your ears fall off, nose, fingers, and all that shit. Your body just rots.
Yeah. No.
latest out of Washington is Trump has demanded the resignation or is asked to fire the FEC, Fox, Echo Charlie. What I can't remember what organization that's for. It's for a commission, I guess. But they got some old hag on there who's been an anti-Trumper from all the way down the line. But he's asked for her to go, and they're screaming that he doesn't have the authority to fire her. What they don't realize is, I think she was appointed by Bush, and when they're appointed for her job, it's a 6-year term. So you can't fire them during that 6-year term unless they have shown, they give you cause, whether it's they haven't done their job, inefficiency, some other thing. But the thing is, she's been there for 18 years. So she's outside of the statutory limits of where he can let her go. It's like these jobs aren't lifetime appointments. They want to act like she's some sort of a fucking Supreme Court justice where they get these jobs and they're entitled to keep them till they die.
Here it is.
Crazy.
Federal Election Commission is an independent agency.
Yep.
And
that's their argument. That's their argument.
Yeah, she's gone. I like when they say they were like the life, what do they call it? Career law enforcement. Career election. Yeah. What do you mean career?
And that's a big part of the problem in Washington. They have they got this idea that once you get the job, you're immune. You can never be fired. You couldn't be let go. If anything, you fail up. If you really fuck up at your job, they give you a promotion to move on forward. I had some thoughts last night, and I was going to write them down, but you just helped me remember it. Do you know? You may know this, Captain, but I don't know if Preacher does. Do you know they have unions? I had no idea that government workers have a fucking union. And it's not just one. Once I discovered this, I did a search last night. I'm like, how many unions are there for government careers? There's like a half a dozen. I'm like, how in the fuck do you have a government where we have elected officials and they're allowed to hire people to do jobs?
And that's
but they're entitled they're entitled to fucking union representation and demand wages and all this shit. I mean, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, in fact, I encountered that when I was up at DC. I had, GS15, couple 14s, and this one 8.
For those of you who don't know, in the United States, a GS is a government employee. They're called government services, and then the higher the number, the higher the big shot they are. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And above 15, it changes to something else. It starts with an S. That's kind of a management. When you get above GS15, you switch the scale. That's
executive. Yeah, it's like being in the C-suite.
Yeah. So I'm a lieutenant commander in the Navy, and I've got these civilians that work for me. I sign their paychecks. And this one was kind of, she was becoming an issue. And let's just say, in the union's eyes, you didn't want to cross her, and it may have been an ethnicity issue. So I needed something done, and she wasn't really good at anything, but you can't get rid of them. And I needed these files redone. I need to have this whole drawer of files fixed. And I can't remember if it's alphabetical or by job, whatever. But the GSs have a job description. It's like it's like a 3-letter.
Right.
Whatever that is. Their union has negotiated. This is their job description, and they don't have to do anything outside of it.
It's fucking incredible. Incredible.
I asked her to do this, and she called her union rep, of which the board of directors then called me, saying that there was a letter being written against me because I was making her do this.
There you go.
This has got to be done, and I'm doing this other stuff. So watch this. I, as a lieutenant commander, am going to do this because the dime is now pushing the dollar.
Right.
So she can't do my job because she's inept. So I'll do hers and mine.
Right.
And they said,
that's it.
yep. Amazing. Trump removes Democratic FEC commissioner. Now it says they're an independent agency. How could she be a Democratic Federal Election commissioner?
Well, it's because they show their allegiances through their social media posts or their contributions, their donations, and all of that. So it's not hard to decide to find out whether they are. But they're supposed to appear apolitical, but everybody knows that's a joke. But the concept of though that these people have a union and that you're prevented from firing them and all that. I can understand. You can argue whether there's a place in the civilian world for unions, but in government, it just seems ridiculous because we elect our government officials. So in a sense, I say my community chooses who our president, our council, our government is, and then they get we're endowing them with the power to hire and fire. But this thing of we get to choose our president, but once they hire somebody, they can never be fired because they have a union representing them. I mean, I think that's the exact opposite of democratic representation. This thing of once you wiggle your way in, they can never get rid of you. That's another big problem in the United States.
Well, she's already a little snotty when she goes, I've been lucky to serve the American people and stir up some good trouble along the way. That's not changing anytime soon. Weintraub was first appointed to serve by Bush, like you said, in 2002. Her term expired 5 years later, but no successor was appointed to take her place, allowing her to serve as acting commissioner for 2 decades.
Yep, 20 fucking years, 20 years, yep. And now Trump says, yeah, I'm asking you to leave. And she's like, yeah, I'm not going. And I'm like, look, these are not lifetime appointments. The only job in the United States, period, is the Supreme Court. Once you become a Supreme Court justice, you keep that job till you die. And the reason for that is so they can judge the laws without worrying about getting reelected or getting fired. That's why it's so incredibly important to pick a good Supreme Court judge, because once you put him in there, he's there till he decides to leave. But that's the only job. But unfortunately, this deep state has created this system to where once you're in, you're good to go forever. And so they need to stop that immediately. All of these people need to take a fucking civics lesson. They didn't pay attention when they were in the fucking 8th grade, because our country has checks and balances, and we do have different branches, and each branch is independent of the other. But the executive branch, which is headed up by the chief executive, the big man, underneath the chief executive, that's his house. You serve at the pleasure of the president when you work under that branch of government. And I'm amazed by all these fucking morons running around now who are literally under the executive branch, who think that if the big man says you leave, that somehow or another they can say, fuck you, I'm not leaving. I'm like, did nobody, how the fuck did you get a job in Washington, D.C. and you don't understand even the basics of how our government's structured? Now, if you don't like that, then fine, change it. I mean, that's another conversation. If you don't think he should be able to do this, that, or the other, then run for Congress, get elected, draft a bill, see if you can get it through the House of Representatives and see if you can get the Senate to vote on it, and then change it. But until that happens, we have, just like immigration, we have a set of rules that are on the books. You don't get to pick and choose when those rules work for you. Of course, these are all people who are raised up with the easy button generation.
the cheat code generation, the everybody gets a fucking trophy generation. This is a product of that. There's a lot of folks out there like, take the high ground. These are people, you know. And at the end of the day, these are people. And I'm like, fuck no, fuck. They weren't worried about me. They robbed my paycheck blind, so their family can have more. And now they've been caught. I'm all supposed to be like, it's okay. I know. No, fuck no. It's always the same. When you're jamming it up my ass and I'm paying the price for it, it's all fucking good. But now that the fucking now it comes full circle, everybody's supposed to be like, oh, we got to take the high ground and just remember these are people losing their jobs. I'm like, well, what about me? What if my family fell under financial duress because you robbed me blind out of my paycheck? Oh, that was all just supposed to be. I'm just supposed to take that with a fucking smile on my face. Fuck you. It's payback time. Dynamite typed in, fuck them. That's what I'm saying.
Reminds me of how gypsies behave, you know, like they're all like, oh, poor me, help me, I need help. We're so, you know, we're in such a bad position, whatever. Yeah. But the moment they have any chance to rob you blind, they're gonna kick your ass and take everything they can.
But your ass, yeah. You better believe it. Yeah, Terry put Palantir in. Palantir's been on a fucking tear here lately. I'm telling you, Dynamite, it's coming though. When you got people like Pete Hegseth in the Department of Defense, when you got people like Pam Bondi in the Attorney General, these are the best of us. These are people that you would be proud to have as your son, as your daughter, as a daughter-in-law, you know, as a brother. These are people who represent the best of mankind. It's strange to me. It's like the more we dig into the difference between conservatives and the liberal movement in America, I guess, you know, it's like any political party. You can have some wackadoodles in on either side, but it's looking more and more like the Democratic Party is just, for the most part, full of a bunch of people who are mentally impaired. I mean, they're morally, you know, bankrupt. Every single aspect of their lives involves some deviation from the norm. Somebody put a thing on Twitter last night. I think it was Nancy Mace. She was going on and on about somebody spending a couple $1 million to try to make mice and rabbits transvestites or whatever, transgenders.
I shared that as well in your Discord part.
What's that, buddy?
I shared it also in your Discord. Actually, if you want, we can play it. You can try to put it on.
Yeah, that was where I read it. Yeah. Let's play that. But before he plays it, let me go ahead and give you an intro on this. Her argument is that one of the commenters put that it's not good enough that these birth defects are running around living their lives and they're asking the general public to be accepting of it. Then they want to shove it down your throat to say that it's not good enough. You need to embrace it and actually encourage it with your children. Now they want to do it to the animals. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you even want to turn the fucking animals into these freak shows? But more importantly, they're spending shit tons of money on it. But yeah, that'd be great, Preacher, if we could see that. Yep, it's funny. Sometimes I forget where I read things. And Preacher put it in the Discord, and I read that. And then I read some of the comments, and I'm like, this stuff has gone way beyond like your attitudes or your opinions towards social programs or Dynamite says Island of Dr. Moreau. Yeah, pretty much, man.
More than $10 million in taxpayer funds that were spent creating transgender mice, rats, and monkeys. These DEI grants
put myself on mute so I can listen.
transgender experiments that force lab animals to undergo invasive surgeries and hormone therapies at universities across the country. For example, the Biden-Harris administration spent $2.5 million taxpayer dollars, $2.5 million taxpayer dollars to study the fertility of transgender mice. Let that sink in. We spent over $2 million studying the fertility of transgender mice. $1.1 million was spent to find out if female rats receiving testosterone therapies to mimic transgender men were more likely to overdose on a party drug, commonly used in the LGBTQ community to induce drug-fueled what's called, quote, chemsex. I asked my staff what was chemsex and the chemical, and I guess it's something called GHB, which is a date rape drug, and also a drug that's used recreationally. So we spent over $1 million to find out if female rats receiving testosterone therapy were more likely to overdose on a date rape drug. Like, that's what your taxpayer dollars were being spent on. Those more than $10 million in taxpayer funds that were spent creating transgender mice, rats, and monkeys. These DEI grants funded painful and deadly transgender experiments that force lab animals to undergo invasive surgeries and hormone therapies at universities across the country. For example, the Biden-Harris administration spent $2.5 million taxpayer dollars, $2.5 million taxpayer dollars to study the fertility of transgender mice. Let that sink in. We spent over $2 million studying the fertility of transgender mice. $1.1 million was spent to find out if female rats receiving testosterone therapies to mimic transgender men were more likely to overdose on a party drug, commonly used in the LGBTQ community to induce drug-fueled what's called, quote, chemsex. I asked my staff what was chemsex and the chemical, and I guess it's something called GHB, which is a date rape drug, and also a drug that's used recreationally. So we spent over $1 million to find out if female rats receiving testosterone therapy were more likely to overdose on a date rape drug. Like, that's what your taxpayer dollars were being spent on. Those more than $10 million in taxpayer funds that were spent creating
So yeah, that's it, because now it's replaying over and over. So
yeah, there you go. And that's just one tiny little line item, and it goes on and on from that. And what kills me about that, preacher, is when you'll get into these debates with people and you'll say, my taxes are too high. I'm just a working stiff, and you're taking too much to fund the government. They're like, well, you got to pay your fair share. When you hear this fucking Pocahontas and all the rest of them say, we need the rich to pay their fair share. Like, well, we already pay a lot. What are you spending the money on now? This. I pay so much in taxes. Why do you need more? Well, everybody has to fund the government. We need to there's certain things that we all need as a society, and everybody needs to pay for some of that. And you're like, okay, I'm sorry, I'll pay my share. And then you find this, and that's when you realize they're just ass raping you. They're going balls deep into you, and then this is what it's all for. And then the simple fact of the matter is, they're not even studying the transgender mice. None of this shit was going on. This is just a way for some graduate from the cesspool colleges who can't find a job, like you said earlier. He got a degree with DEI and all this other things. There's no place for him in the real world because there's no demand for his skill set. So they create a demand. They give these people grants. They fund research. They pay all sorts of things. They pump the money right back to the colleges. See, these are done in college campuses. These little studies. So it's all just a grift. Meanwhile, you got a guy who's got a PhD in the science. And instead of him working on something for the betterment of mankind,
you know, curing the fucking common cold or fucking cancer. You got this kind of shit going on. When the simple fact of the matter is, they're not studying anything. They may have a few interns or a few kids working on their postdoctorates or however that works. They may have them stumbling around a laboratory, cutting the dicks off of a few mice. But in the end, it's just a big payment grift. There's all sorts of salaries and tenured professors and all of that shit. And we're not the better for it. We're just being robbed. Yeah, Dynamite says all of this in 3 weeks. Yeah, exactly, dude. But don't forget, man, Bar Rag Bob told us Trump promised us on day one. Trump's the bad guy here. Not some prick who graduated with a PhD in genetic sciences or molecular sciences. Not that prick who's getting a salary, probably making $300 or $400 a year as a tenured professor because he's studying the effects on of fucking transgenderism on mice. He's not the fucking bad guy. No. People are waking up, man, and I love it.
Well, the good news is that with all the illegal immigration being tackled and people being exported, there's going to be a lot of jobs, you know, wiping toilets and shit like that, cutting lawns. And...
Yep.
Dynamite saying high painful. Yeah.
See all the crybabies who say, well, they're going to lose their houses. They're not going to be able to make house payments. They'll get foreclosed on. They're going to have to get out and find a new place, maybe downsize, maybe move to a part of town that's not as nice as where they were. And I'm like, fuck them. You know, they didn't mind living the high life because of their criminality. And they all know, don't make no mistake about it. That's another thing. None of these people are innocent. They knew exactly what they were into, what they were getting into. The whole concept of this whole thing of I work from home. I got on with this. I got a new job in the government and I work from home. What that means is I don't have to do anything. I just get a big fat check on the 1st and the 15th. They all fucking knew. If they did a little something here or there, it was just a little bit of theater, just a little bit of window dressing to give the appearance that they were somehow or another contributing something of value for their money. But the dirty secret was they just managed to use whatever connections they had, whatever it was that allowed them to get in on it. It resulted in them just laying around their house. Maybe they got to log into a fucking computer. Maybe I've even heard these stories about they've got like programs where it's a shake a mouse. I guess in order for some of these people to claim they're working from home, they've said, well, we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on you to make sure you're at your computer and doing things. And I guess one of the ways they did that was if a mouse just lays
How can you be working if you're not moving your icon or your cursor around? So I guess somebody just developed programs where it literally just randomly moves the cursor around the screen. All that's in an effort to trick some sort of a watchdog system. It wasn't even good enough that these people could work at home, which saved them money, automobile, transportation, allowed them to avoid health daycare for their children. It was such an incredible gift for somebody to be allowed to quote unquote work from home. And that's not good enough. They're going to go ahead and find out a way to game that system. It's that evil, insidious. Some people never have it good enough. It's always got to be fucking more. I'm like, okay, I've got all this wonderful benefits, and despite the fact that I'm really only asked to do a couple hours a day of work from home, yeah, fuck them. I'm not even going to do that. And I'm like, fuck you. You deserve every fucking thing you get. Because those of us out there who had to get out of bed and go somewhere every day and do something for our paychecks, and then give you part of that money, yeah, fuck you.
I'm curious if anyone even checked ever or something like that, because they invented programs like we even had something like this in my job, and we actually found 2 people in the whole company, meaning over 1,000 people that we had in Poland. We did find 2 people who had this installed.
Yep.
So.
Yep. There you go.
Very nice. But yeah, I'm curious if anybody over there was actually checking.
I said what they should have is we should have, you want to have, like they got Doge now. You want to have something, here's a job, here's a government agency that you can start brand new. Have a spot check, just like you do random drug tests in the military. Just have a random, what would they call it, efficiency test. Where like myself, a team would be like me and Preacher and Dino Mike and a couple other people. We just go around and randomly show up at government places and then follow an employee around for a week. Not just a day, for a week. We're like, we're going to follow you. If you claim that your hours are from 8 to 5, 9 to 5, then we're going to follow you with a camera crew. We're going to have a sound man with a boom mic, just like a news crew. We're not here to interfere, get in your way. We're not going to interview you. You don't have to interact with us in any way, but we're going to follow you through a work day for a week, 5 straight days. And then we'll analyze the data that we get, and we'll get back to you on whether we still need you to be employed or not. Holy fuck, these people would lose their fucking minds, man. Because the simple fact of the matter is, it's all a con. Ben says, I have to work from home so I can listen to Pirate. That's his reason. Look, man, somewhere out there, Vin, there's probably a guy that runs an automobile repair shop. Right now, he's probably bent over a car, changing out spark plug wires, plugs, air filters. His hands are bleeding and his back is hurting, but he's probably got a computer turned on right now listening to my sorry ass. Those are my people. So, some people can have 80s rock in the background. Some people might listen to books on tape. There's, for whatever reason, there might be, if there's 5 people out there that say, I'm going to tune into Preacher's live stream and listen to those guys talk, those are our people, but they're still doing their jobs. UPS driver's been with us every day, but the dude is getting after it. He's burning up the highways. He's bringing packages. He's delivering everything that people order, and he just uses us as a background noise. But the ones I have an issue with are these fucks who are in on all this theft from the working people. He said, I'm serious. I work from home. Well, good for you, man. And again, listen, dude, if you work from home,
then I have no trouble with you. If you're the only one that knows, Vin. I don't know whether you do a damn thing at home. All I'm saying is, if you work for home and you're on the government, because see, the thing is, Vin, I don't write your paycheck. I'm assuming. Now, if you're a government employee and you work from home, then you answer to me, motherfucker. You know, if you are one of those people who are in a government agency or something funded by government, and you're on the quote unquote work from home, then I would argue that anybody who pays taxes has the right to ask you exactly what you do and how you do it. He says, I'm not offended. Well, I'm glad you shared that with us, Vin, but I'm sure it doesn't come any surprise to you, as I really don't give a fuck whether people are offended by me or not. I'm unique in that way.
Nobody got time for that.
Yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't got time for that. Funky Pizza says he tries to listen in during his vending routes. Absolutely, man. You got to get after it. He says, if you put it that way, I technically get a paycheck from the government. That's fine. My question is, do you meet your responsibilities, A, Ben? But more importantly, are you necessary? See, just because you manage to get a check from the government and you're allowed to work from home, none of those things in and of itself make you my enemy. If you can tell me on your honor that you provide something of value for those government dollars, I don't have a problem with that. But I think the recent events have shown that that's not what most of this is about. Dynamite says his wife's workplace just finally said on January 1, employees come back to work 3 days mandatory. She said the crybabies are out in full force. Yep, I'm sure. He says he has to answer phone calls for people calling in for assistance. Well, there you go then. If you answer your phone calls and you do your job, then I don't have a problem with you. Yep, he says I'm stuck and glued to the phone during work hours. Yep. I approach things, I'm very pragmatic. I've been a business owner the bigger part of my life. Everything comes down to me as value. Do you provide any value? For whatever money you're taking out of the system, my son taught me this. He said, people are either providing value or they're not. And paychecks are normally a result of that. Your paycheck is a reflection of what you give, not what you take. The more value you add to a system, the more you're rewarded, the bigger your paycheck will be. The problem is you have people who are gaming that. They're not providing anything useful. And the money that they're paid for it far exceeds what they contribute. Well, if you do that in a civilian business, you'll go bankrupt. Anybody who's ever ran so much as a fucking lemonade stand with 2 employees will tell you, you got to be able to give that guy his $20 an hour. And if all he does is earn $20 an hour, you're not going anywhere. He's got to at least make enough money to pay his own way and leave something behind for the company, or his presence is unnecessary. I had a friend that called all of his employees into an office one day. And he called them all in. He said, I'm going to keep this meeting real short and sweet. Your fucking job is to make me money. If you have a problem with that, you need to turn in your fucking company hat. Your job is singular. I hired you to work for me, and your job is to make me money. I'll pay you what we agreed on, but when I pay you, there needs to be something left over for me, or you're not needed here.
And that's the brutal truth of it. That's how capitalism works. Terry's got some news. Says Toyota is now planning a significant investment to increase its operations in the United States, which will create thousands of auto jobs and avoid tariffs. There you go, Terry. That would be the first example of the move he's making on the chessboard. See, everybody was too short-sighted. Everybody thought that the point of having tariffs was to charge money from the outside world. Well, those people they need to sit down and be quiet because they're missing the big picture. The idea is that it becomes better financially for Toyota to build their shit in the United States, and then we get American jobs. The money is spent in America. That's the end goal. So once again, he's playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. Oh my God, he's just trying to make Toyota. No. And this is an example of that. They're like, okay, at least for the next 12 years, you need to understand something. This isn't going to stop with Trump's 4 years. We're going to have Trump, and then we're going to have 8 years of J.D. Vance. Mark my words. The next 12 years is going to be conservatives. So Toyota has said, listen, we're not going to pay these tariffs. We just need to start making our shit in the United States. We still want to sell to Americans, but we'll do that. We're just going to make our plant in Alabama. And that's what makes it puts America first. And that's why the people have chosen him to be their champion. Said before, I'll say it again because I want credit. You know, I love to brag and I'm a boastful man. I want everyone to remember, hey, Pirate said that way back, because that does it for me. That's how I feed my ego. I need you all to remember they're not going to go after Trump anymore. J.D. Vance is going to be the new target. If you're worried about somebody falling victim to an assassination attempt or all sorts of trickery that could take him out of the game, if you will, J.D. Vance. Because J.D. Vance is the heir apparent. He's the guy that's next in line. And there's absolutely no scenario where the Democrats take power again. They have fucked it up so bad for themselves. There's no way J.D. Vance loses when he comes his time to replace Trump. So that means you get 4 years of Trump and 8 years of J.D. Vance. That's a 12-year run. That moves things in industries and energy, Toyota, and all of that. So make no mistake about it. There's efforts underway right now to try to take out J.D. Vance. And when I say take him out, it doesn't necessarily mean kill him, but to remove him from the battlefield. Promise you. Be on the lookout for it. If it goes according to plan, and I have no reason to believe that it won't, we're getting ready to enter. And if the 12 years yields what I believe it will set up a time of prosperity that we haven't seen in this country in generations. And the world will benefit that. The whole world will be better for it, not just America. The United States, once again, will take the lead in ushering in a time of peace, no war, and more importantly, an economic environment where people will have a chance to do well for their families globally, because when America does well, the rest of the world does well. So it'll go, even if you have 4 years of Trump and 8 years of Vance, the work that is done and the systems that are put in place and the economy that will thrive under those conditions, even if after Vance, the Democrats find themselves back in power, they'll still be the recipient of that wonderful gift of a great economy. Perhaps even a balanced budget, a country that's no longer going off the fiscal cliff, that's going bankrupt. All of that means a golden age of a time of prosperity where even the people from the very lowest economic stratus, the poorest of the poor, even below the middle class, and the middle class themselves will all have opportunities that up till now have been out of reach. Everything, including the ability to start and operate profitable businesses, to invest money that have a reasonable chance of paying nicely, home ownership, the opportunities to buy and own a piece of land and extricate yourself from the shackles of a landlord. All of that can happen in the next 12 years. And I couldn't be more enthusiastic about it. It'll be a beautiful thing about 6 to 8 years into this to hear the Democrats try to spin this on somehow or another. This was all because Biden, because that's generally how it works. Trump will go about turning this battleship around, and as soon as we sail into clear waters and our sails are full of nice breezes and we have a following sea, everybody's winning. The first thing they'll try is, well, this is because of what Biden did. We did this. These are policies we put in place, and that's what you're enjoying. But that they won't be able to sing that song the farther we get into that 12-year run. So by the year 6, 7, and 8, no serious people will be able to say, well, this was because of Democrat policies and liberal policies. They'll be forced to come to terms with, regardless of how they feel about, I don't know, gay marriage or homosexual marriage, whatever. That aside, they'll have to come to terms with the whole idea of capitalism and conservative values as you approach government spending and policies about the economy. That's the way to go. It'll be undisputed. There'll be no way to argue against it. Yeah, Terry says that Commissioner Ellen Weintraub's refusing to leave after Trump's fired her. Yeah, we talked about that about an hour ago, Terry. She's like, damn, they already had that one. Yeah. Now listen, Terry, we expect you to listen in. If you don't realize that we talked about that an hour ago, then that would imply that you're not listening. So we do expect you to be our journalist, our live reporter, bringing us all the breaking news. But we need you to keep up with what's going on here now. Don't get the cart before the horse. You're supposed to be a participant first and our news correspondent second. When you come in here with breaking news that we talked about an hour ago, the only thing I can get from that is that you aren't paying attention back then. So this isn't going to go well on your annual review. This isn't a way to get your pay raise. Do better. I'm going to let it slide this time, but let's not let that happen again. Little after 12 o'clock here, high noon at pirate time in the Florida Panhandle, and AMC stuck in the doldrums, as they say in the sailing world. She's stuck in irons, meaning there's no wind in her sails. $3.07, almost a perfect barcode. First, 4 hours of the day, with GameStop at $24.90.
On what you were saying with basically the Trump and Vance being in power for the next years, I'm curious how it's gonna happen, because if you have a place where corporations stop being the de facto decision makers, meaning all laws are passed, need to pass muster with the big corporations first, as opposed to what's better for the people. And you have a mass media that's being mostly ignored, because now the people are doing their own news and they're reporting, they trust their own and not what's on TV anymore. A lot of things will most likely change, so I'm just hoping that that's going to be the case, and that's what we're going to see in the near future.
I agree. I don't know how industry will react, big business, but I think the liberals and the Democrats have lost the information battle. And by that, I mean, no one pays attention to CNN, CNBC, even Fox. Nobody gives a fuck. It's all about the internet and social media. I think that is the most respected source in news now. So, and that by and large is filled with people, it would appear, who are supportive of Trump, who are supportive of Musk. Now, that's, you bring up an interesting topic, at least on that part of it, because I know you had a lot of people are fleeing X because they just can't take it. They're so embittered, and I guess there's, well, they got a new one out now called Blue Sky or something. I've heard something or another about. I guess there's a gathering place, much like we gather here. I guess they have decided that because Twitter, well, obviously because Musk is the captain of X, and now he is part of the Republican conservative movement, then it stands to reason that X has been overrun by people who support those values. And it would appear that much like when Donald Trump had to start Truth Social because he wasn't welcome on X, even though those people are still welcome here, I think they feel outnumbered. And I guess they've opened up some platform called Blue Sky or Green Sky or something. I don't know. And apparently that's going to be their new, their answer to Twitter. But I would argue that for the most part, the liberal conservative movement in the United States has won the information battle. How corporate America and industry and these giant titans of industry, I would argue that they don't really give a fuck politically. They will go whichever way the wind blows as long as the money keeps flowing towards them. So it stands to reason if they think that most of the country is going to embrace conservative values and a smaller government, less free shit, then I would think that they'll just fall in line with that, much like they did with the Bud Light. Bud Light, the breweries, they don't give two fucks about transgendered or transsexual men or any of that shit. They just want to sell more beer. Just somebody made the miscalculation. It was a tactical mistake. They said, hey, what can we do to sell more beer? And some dumbass in a room said, well, we could sell more to those people, those men who dress up like women. Like, what do you mean? Well, those guys, they drink a lot of fucking white wine spritzers and Zimas or White Claws. If we can get them off of the White Claw and get them to sell beer, and they're all like, yeah, well, beer drinkers are historically been kind of butch, manly men. How do we do that? Well, I know what we'll do. Let's hire Dylan Mulvaney. Who's he? He's some fucking guy that dresses up like a girl. He prances around and dances like a fucking, they're like, really? You're like, yeah, that whole group, they really dig him. Let's make him our spokesman. And somebody else in that room was like, oh, okay, I like it. I approve it. Let's do this. Let's get started on this. And the whole thing blew up in her face like a bomb, because in order to sell a few cans of beer to some of these fucking birth defects, whole giant portions of their lifetime customers said, fuck you, I'm out. And it was like, Jesus Christ, man. In an effort to sell 5 more cases of beer a month, you just ran off half of your beer drinkers. They're all drinking Michelob and Bud now. God damn, that was suicidal. And they not only did they fire, I think, the girl who initiated that ad campaign. I think she was a sacrificial lamb. They should have fired the entire board. Anybody whoever brought her on board should have been out of a job. But my point is, I think big business just goes wherever the money is. I don't know that the only reason big business chased a lot of these DEI initiatives is because they thought it would sell more. They didn't give 2 fucks about
diversity. They don't give a shit. All they care about, if they're smart, all they care about is how to sell more Ford trucks. How do I sell more bags of dog food? If you sell dog food and you manufacture dog food and I hire you to come run my company, you have one fucking job. Sell as much dog food as you can. Anything you do is to that end. Now, if you think the whole world is clapping for men dressing up like women and you think that'll sell us more dog food, be fucking careful. Because if you're right, you get a bonus this year. But if you're fucking wrong, I'll show you the door. It kind of ties in, preacher, with my whole thing is I view business, whether it's small, mom and pop, all the way to the biggest corporations, is stay out of politics. Businesses need to stay out of politics, stay out of social engineering. All this shit about you got to be, environmentally conscious. No, stop it. Stop all that shit. You don't need to be involved in no social engineering, no righting of wrongs, no taking responsibility as a corporate entity for the crime of slavery and make it your mission statement to run your business in an effort to try to correct. No. Stop all of that. Just sell dog food. Find ways to make the best dog food you can, as cheap as you can, and keep our company profits high. If you want to spend your time running around the world making the world a better place, then go do that. Just not on my dime. I didn't hire you to make the fucking world better. I hired you to sell goddamn dog food. And if you can't do it, I'll find somebody who can. Yep. I think we'll enter into a time of prosperity that has been unlike anything that most people have seen probably in their lifetimes. I think the last time we saw anything that would be even comparable to this would be the post-World War II, when industry was strong because of all the money that pumped into manufacturing to win the war. The jobs that were afforded from that, all of the men returning from war eager to go back to a peaceful life. Some of those men used the GI Bill for education that allowed them to further careers. The opportunity for all of those veterans to buy homes. We're back to home ownership again. There was a building boom. The boomers, they literally called them boomers because of the baby boom. American soldiers came home from war and they started laying pipe. They picked a woman and they said, hey, we're going to start making babies. And that's why you had the population explosion. It was all of this stuff is pretty much easy to find, and it's all a matter of history. And because of that, everything exploded. You had jobs, everything. And then that eventually, that windfall eventually died away. And then of course, we've had ebbs and flows since then. You had the energy crisis through the 70s with Carter and all of that. But the last time I've seen in my life, or in what little bit I know about history, that we have seen an age of prosperity where, for the most part, everybody was winning, was right after World War II. And I think that what we're getting ready to see is going to eclipse that. It's by a long shot. Break Nation Sports said he'd sell the dog food. That's all fine and good, Break Nation Sports. And if you want to hire Dylan Mulvaney to do commercials for us in his little fucking ballerina outfit, that's fine. But you better be making me some money. It better result in more dog food being sold. But we've been in business for
50 years selling dog food. And if half of our customers that we've earned over those 50 years, if they leave, you're not going to like what happens. Imagine if all of this fraud, waste, and abuse that's been discovered in the American political system results in, when it's all said and done, what if they say, we don't need to do away with income taxes, but we can reduce them? Maybe it's too pie in the sky to be like, oh, we're not going to have income tax anymore and blah, 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 blah. What if they just say, listen, we don't need as much, so we're going to cut income tax in half. The way I read it right now, that if they do away with the IRS, and again, I beg your forgiveness if I'm inaccurate with my numbers, I think I'm $35,000 a year. The average working man and woman in the United States, if they didn't have to pay income tax, their family would have $35,000 a year more in their pockets. So if we take the simple hillbilly math and say, well, we're not going to do away with income tax, but because we've got this dumb shit under control in Washington, we're going to cut it in half. I don't know, man. What's that, 18 grand? That leaves $18,000 a year in the pockets of everyday working Americans. That's not chump change. That's a lot of cabbage for the average guy. And all of that money will get put to work either as an investment or an increase in lifestyle. And then it's the velocity of money. The more that money goes around and changes hands, the better off everybody is. So it would be like, imagine everybody was all like the stimulation checks that they handed out because, and rightfully so, the government shut down commerce, so they had to do something. So I didn't really see that as a handout. They were like, listen, we don't want people to die from COVID. We need you to stay home. We know that'll destroy your business, so we're going to throw a dog a bone. But this would be a stimulus check that never stopped coming. Just imagine an environment where you tell working people that they can have $15,000 more a year. Not in a tax refund, not in any of that shit. Literally every Friday, their check will be increased by whatever that money would be divided over 25 paychecks a year. That's a no small thing. Yeah, Dynamite says it's enough to make a difference. Yeah, that could be Dynamite. That could be the difference between a home ownership and being a renter. That single thing alone, that extra $15,000 a year could take you from being a renter where you work your ass off and then bring Pirate the money. Instead, you work your ass off and you take it and send it to your bank, and eventually you'll own your home instead of making me rich. It could be that, and everybody knows, if you got a brain in your head, that home ownership is the first step towards financial independence. Regardless of what all these 30-year-old self-proclaimed financial geniuses on the fucking internet would tell you, the same fuckers who don't have any money in the bank, who don't own a fucking house, but they run around every day telling you that it's a mistake to buy a house. Yeah, you can either fucking listen to them or you can listen to your friend Pirate. Owning your own home is the first step towards freeing yourself from that wage slavery. And I would argue that if you can reduce a man's taxes by half, it should be, all things being equal, if the guy has decent credit, he's not a scumbag, he pays his bills, he honors his agreement, there should be no reason why that alone should usher in a new age of home ownership. That's how you make the average, the middle class better off. Or not. We could elect Democrats again. We could go back to paying for fucking DEI initiatives in Serbia. Dynamite. You don't get a house. You just keep renting. You just rent from Pirate. We're going to help. We're going to hook up diversity in Serbia. You choose.
Censored content.
What have you been doing? Have you been creating havoc?
We're just having fun on a Friday, man. Trying to have fun.
And now for something completely different.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like the frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs.
Highway Frog says, fuck that. That's some funny shit there now. Thanks for making me laugh. Thank you for making me laugh.
I was listening earlier when they were turning rats into transvestites.
I mean, I get it, censor content. We're never all going to agree on everything. We might argue over, pipelines or tariffs on timber and oil, or whether or not unions are appropriate in an automobile plant. We can come together as reasonable men, and we can find common ground and decide what's appropriate. But at some point, you got to go, this is just ignorant shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you follow Canadian news.
Why would I? I rarely think of you guys there.
But it was highly ironic that you guys have what you have going on down there with your USAID and all the money being spent funny. And then the same day, the Canadian government website that has all of our foreign spending on it gets scrubbed clean.
Oh, really? No shit.
No information it can't be found anymore. Like, people got like the Wayback Machine and like, this is what they were spending stuff on. Don't poop on the beaches in India and stuff like that. Like.
Yeah. What do you click on it and it says this site is temporarily unavailable? We're working on technical difficulties.
It just doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
And like the same day that you guys went ballistic on USAID, so
that's beautiful. What it means is maybe some Canadians like yourself are sitting around and saying to themselves, I wonder if any of that shit's going on here. And then they're like, well, we can't have censored content looking into this shit. Somebody needs to erase all that shit. Delete.
Yeah, or at least shut it down for a couple of days with a technical error, so that until you guys are done with your thing and it's off the back burner. But I already know the bullshit that we've been spending stuff on. I mean, we're sending money to like Ethiopia to help them understand why people are transgender and shit like that too.
Well, listen, publicly, I try to keep up this persona that I've carefully crafted as entertainment, but in my private life, I'm disappointed because I almost have my youngest son. He's going to go through law school, and we had this all lined out, man. I was going to get in on this sweet, sweet deal, and it's just my luck. Right about the time my son passes the bar exam, this fishing hole will be all fished out. So I was just a day late. I was too late to the party, man.
I mean, if you would have gotten in and then 3 weeks later or 3 months later, it would have ended. I don't know.
they've claimed, Elon Musk has hinted, he hadn't come right out and said it, but he's made some really obvious hints and about the fact that he's getting ready to drop the biggest bomb yet. I said this yesterday. It was kind of like, you ain't seen nothing yet. If you're pissed about U.S. aid, just wait till we show you what we got next. And he's already started poking around Medicare and Medicaid, and holy fook. I'm like, if his position is, you just got an appetizer, I haven't even brought you the main course yet, I don't know how much wilder it can get.
Well, it could get a lot wilder because you realize Zelensky over in Ukraine has actually come out publicly over there and said, we've only got 1/3 of the money that they're supposed to send us.
Right. Exactly.
Like every time they send us $40 billion, we only get 12. Where's it all going?
They're like drug dealers, man, who deliver a fucking kilo of cocaine and then they pinch a fucking 8-ball off the top for themselves, man.
Yeah.
Every time, yeah. You're like, dude, I bought a pound of pot from you. They're like, yeah, man. You're like, I weighed it. I got a digital scale right here, motherfucker. It's not even close to a pound. And the guy's like, well, I might have snagged a few nugs for myself. I'm like, a few nugs, dude. It's only fucking 0.75 pounds. You took 25% of my fucking flour, man.
There's a bag full of seeds left.
Yeah, and stems. That's even better. Yeah, you're like, dude, I paid you for a pound of fucking good Colombian smoke. Fucking, you handed me a fucking bag and it looks like a bunch of fucking seeds and stems.
Thing is, also imagine if they go into the prison system. Can you imagine?
Oh, I can imagine them.
We know that that Kamala was even herself putting people in jail just to, on shit charges just to fill them up. Can you imagine all the people who are getting paid?
Preacher, that from time to time there would be somebody who would they would bring charges on some mayor or a district attorney from like Detroit. It was normally it could have been anywhere. And they find out that they've stole like $700,000 over the course of 15 years. Or like every week they was taking like $2,000 out of the budget for like all kinds of shit. And of course they demand the money back, which they never get it, but they arrest them, put them in jail and all that shit. And I'm like, there's those people right now are like, you got to be kidding me, man. You fucking brought me up on charges because what those people do is nothing compared to what these fucks in DC have done. I'm the crook, though, right? My son said it best yesterday. As our neighbor was moving, and they gave my son a lawnmower. It was pretty nice, but it needed some repairs done to it. So he's going to clean the carburetor out on it and then put it on Facebook and sell it. You get $500 for it, and they want him to claim that on his fucking IRS taxes and send in the government the fucking sales tax. They want in America, if you have a fucking yard sale on a Saturday, you pile a bunch of your old shit out in the driveway that you haven't used, golf clubs and fucking bread makers and a few fucking baby toys and clothes. You sell $700 worth of shit, and they want to tax you on it now, or you're a criminal. You're a tax evader. You fucking tax. Oh, I get it. That's the criminals in America.
You can't get taxed on stuff you sell at a garage sale, can you?
They tried to institute a law that if you sell anything on Facebook, they want you to report it to the IRS if it's, I think, up to $500 or some shit. Well, look, censor content.
The Biden administration just hired 80,000 IRS agents. They weren't sending those guys out to look at Elon Musk or billionaires' books. You don't need 80,000 agents to go after the rich folks. The motherfuckers were coming for the middle class. The guy who maybe, you know, maybe his wife babysits some kids, does a little home daycare, and she makes herself $300 or $400 a week, and she doesn't claim it on her taxes. They're coming for her. She's a fucking tax cheat. She's a tax dodge. They want 300% in penalties, all of that shit. It was 80,000 IRS agents weren't hired to go after CEOs or Bill Gates. Fuck no. But meanwhile, after they hire 80,000 IRS agents to go after Americans who are supposedly, you know, screwing the tax man, these fuckers are doing this shit in Washington.
My personal opinion is they just hired them to screw with your numbers on your GDP. Like, they created jobs. And by creating the jobs, they created GDP.
Well, I know that went a big part for them to cook the books on employment numbers.
Yeah.
When the Biden administration would run around and tell everybody employment is strong in the United States, unemployment numbers are down. Well, 1 out of 3 jobs was getting hired to work for the government. So it was all bullshit.
Yeah, same thing up here in Canada. But I mean, he can send them all down to the border, right? To work there.
That's what they said. That's what somebody said. It's like, they're federal employees. They work for the president. So tell them they're not going to go around and audit for taxes. They're going to go down and work as border guards. I read they were talking about this lady who refused to quit for the Federal Elections Commission. She refuses to quit after she's been fired. But somebody else said, well, don't fire her. Just President Trump should sign an executive order that moves the Federal Election Commission to the North Pole. Set up an office in fucking the Badlands of Alaska, the most inhospitable fucking place you can find, and tell her that's her office and there's no working from home. She'd quit so fucking fast it'd make her head spin. I saw some other really cool videos on X and Twitter of a lot of poor, the people in some of these third world countries that were supposed to be the beneficiaries of all this money. And they're like celebrating and clapping and smiling. And they're literally looking into the camera and saying, none of the money was getting to us anyhow. All of the leaders in Zimbabwe were the corruption was rampant. You sent all those American tax dollars to feed poor, starving little children in the fucking safari lands of the food deserts, and it didn't buy so much as a bag of rice. It all ended up in some fucking warlord's pocket, and he's driving around with a new fucking Cadillac.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing as back in the 80s or 90s when Ethiopia had that big famine and everybody had to have U.S. aid, save the world, send money over to Africa. Ethiopians are all dying. And if you look at the government statistics, Ethiopia was the largest exporter of watermelons that year. But they had a drought and they couldn't feed the people, but they were the world's largest exporter of watermelons. Things don't make sense whenever government gets involved.
Yeah, Dynamite. I was muted from time to time. I need a little privacy. There's let's just consider it that if I go quiet, yes, I'm muted. Sorry if I created some sort of social faux pas there. I didn't know I was allowed to speak with my family for 3 seconds in private. I'm a bad dude, man. Shame on me. Fuck you, Dynamite. Dynamite said pirate never sounded better. Greg Nation says, no, we want to hear it. Well, just, you know what the Rolling Stones said, you don't always get what you want.
Sorry, I had to step away for a moment. So, what, there were any audio issues or?
Censored content is muted his mic. So apparently something popped up and he's either predisposed or interrupted. It happens.
Maybe his what's it called? The soundboard got. I don't know. His subscription is over. He needs to pay for it again.
It's likely that he got shut down by the apparatchiks and that communist government he's got up there. Justin Trudeau's people heard him talking shit, and they dropped the hammer on him. They don't have a constitution up there. These guys are on thin ice, man. They're not allowed to have fucking guns. They're not allowed to say whatever they want. They don't have no freedom of speech. Mike said that's what I was asking about when I asked if someone's muted. Mike, it's probably, look, as we speak, censored content they could have a hood, like a pillowcase over his head. They got his hands zip tied behind his back, and they're shoving him into the back of a van. He's going off to be re-educated.
I don't know if that's true or not, but they're saying that he's the son of that. What's the guy?
Fidel Castro.
Castro, yeah. So if they're, and we can even see this in UK right now, and UK is pretending to be a democracy, where people they just get arrested for speaking up, where a guy was arrested for burning a Quran, while at the same time there's this raping gangs which are known by the police and nobody's doing anything. So people are raping children, young girls, and nothing's being done to them, right? But if a parent speaks up about that thing, that my daughter was raped, they get put in jail. So yeah, there's a lot of fucked up things going out there.
So what conclusions do you draw from that? Why would a politician act in that manner?
I saw, and actually today I saw a theory about this. And
before you read that, I'll give you my theory.
yeah,
They have made the calculation that those are the people that are in charge now. And we're tiptoeing around this now. We're talking about, well, it doesn't matter. This is all about immigration. So what they have decided is that there have been so many immigrants, because these are the immigrants that are doing this now. This isn't the indigenous population of London. These are a specific culture that came from another part of the world who's engaged in these practices. And these politicians have decided that there are so many of them that they're in power now. So the politician wants to keep his job. So he says, listen, there are more of them here now. There's enough of them now that they'll get to pick the leadership. So these people, they've become traitors to their own indigenous populations in support of these invaders. And that's what happens. That's what happens when you have these mass migrations.
I don't think that's it, because you would assume that these people have like a loyalty and like they will remember, oh, this guy helped us in one way or another. If they would catch that guy, the Steiner or whatever his name is, or any other politician on the street, they would probably stab them without giving it another thought. So what I've seen, and it kind of falls in line with all the other decisions that we're taking regarding, shutting down farmers and like simply stopping people from farming so that they would reduce the amount of food out there, is probably continuing the push to reduce the world population. And especially, I think, with the, if you empower a nation like this that's just going to go around and kill everybody else, they can deal with them later. Like if you have a lot of people that are, very, I don't know, unintelligent, let's say, because those radicals, which are
like a useful idiot, like they're a useful idiot. Now, they're beneficial towards their ultimate goal.
Yep.
They know that eventually they'll have to get rid of them, but for now they're going about what they need done.
Yeah. I don't know, because that's malicious what they're doing. It's not stupidity, it's not naivety, it's not fear. That's malicious intent what they're doing. Like that's purposeful, like harming everybody else and getting people killed and or put in jail.
Up until recently, one of my favorite actors, take this back to the movie theme since we are AMC people here, but I think his name is Idris. It's either Idris or Idris Elba. And he's a black guy that's become kind of famous here in the United States for his role in the movie The Wire, the Netflix series The Wire. I was obsessed with The Wire. I think it's some of the finest work, some of the finest cinema that's ever been put out. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's about the drug trade and the inner cities of the United States. He played in that movie, and he did it in some other films as well. But the guy's come out lately talking about, I guess he's from England. I guess he's an Englishman. And his point was he was being interviewed about the stabbings. And, they're not allowed to have guns over there. So these fuckers that's another thing. All you people who think that without guns, the murders won't stop. They're just running around stabbing the fuck out of everybody with butcher knives. But this guy had the chutzpah to look into a camera and tell everybody that they should redesign kitchen knives to have blunt ends. That was literally his solution. And at that moment, he was dead to me forever. Because he couldn't, the bottom line was he couldn't come right out and say it's because of these immigrants. So he had to find some other thing. They got to say, well, what would your solution be? And instead of him stating the obvious and saying this is a this is a culture clash and it's a result of immigration, instead of doing that like a reasonable man, he looked at the camera and said, we need to consider just maybe making all of our knives that don't have a pointy end on them so that you can't stab somebody with it. And I'm like, there you go. That says a lot,
Yep. Look, I mean, you can imagine, because if he wants to continue being an actor at some point in the future in UK, he needs to kiss the ass of the current politician, the current regime. And it is what it is.
Yep.
The people that have the actors that have a backbone get ostracized, right? You have the Mel Gibson, the Jim Carrey, the who else?
Yep. Yep. The very few who are willing to go against the tide with all that other crazy shit.
Yeah, it's sad to see. That's why I'm hoping that a bit of normalcy will come to this world with Trump, because, as you said earlier, he has a big influence all over the world for policies and everything else. So I don't know. I'm hoping
Rob Schneider. Yep, exactly. Break Nation Sports. Hey, Dynamite. This goes out for you. If you come for the king, you best not miss. For those of you who aren't fans of The Wire, there was a seminal character, not a seminal, a lead character named Omar. His chosen career was he robbed drug dealers. It was really fucking cool. It was just the way it was. It was like some people are plumbers, some guys are UPS truck drivers. Omar decided he would rob drug dealers. He was gay, which that was kind of cool because it showed that his sexual orientation didn't prevent him from engaging in an incredibly violent career. But that's another topic altogether. But he was a really cool dude, and all he did was rob drug dealers. And it didn't matter. He was an equal opportunity fucking thief. And he did so at the point of a gun. Shotgun was his weapon of choice. And he was a great character in the movie, an amazing actor. I forget the guy's name that played the role, but he showed how that his was just his opportunities for employment were limited, and he found that he had a particular ability to rob drug dealers. And of course in the drug game there's no policing. You take an area, you take it over, and then you sell your drugs there until somebody comes along and tries to take it from you. And there's a lot of that plays out in that movie, The Wire. But they tried to kill him, and he got wind of it, and they came for him, and they killed, I think, one or two of his lieutenants. But right while they were going about it, it was a trap that was laid. And just before he dispatches one of the guys who was trying to come for him, that was the line. It's become kind of famous in some circles, was because he was the king, and his statement was, "If you come for the king, you best not miss." And the obvious implication meaning, he's going to kill you back. It's cool stuff. I encourage anybody to see it. If you haven't seen the movie The Wire, it's you'll binge watch it because it's good stuff. Yeah, Break Nation. If you haven't seen it yet, move it to the top of the list, man. It'll cost you sleep, man. I would come home. I'd work nights, man. Sometimes I'd come home. I'd work from like 8 till 4 in the morning or something. I'd come home and I'd say, I'm just going to watch a little bit of this before I go to bed. Man, I couldn't turn it off. It's not appropriate for children by any means. It's got a lot of violence in it, some sex and nudity. But good stuff. He was so feared. His character's name was Omar, but he was so feared, I guess, and I guess that goes along with respect in those circles, that when he would leave his house and walk down the street, the kids would scatter and they would scream, "Omar's coming! Omar's coming!" It was like a warning that if you weren't part of the game, you need to get out. One of the best scenes in that entire thing was towards the end. They bring him into court and he testifies, and they have a district attorney asking him in a courtroom full of people, about what he did. If you don't have time to watch the movie, look up the YouTube clip of the Omar courtroom scene. I don't know, it's probably 4 minutes long, but it's captivating. They ask him, what do you do for a living? How do you do it? And he doesn't hide anything. He's completely and brutally honest. And it's some pretty incredible stuff. But yeah, when he would come out of his house and walk down the street, those little children would scream, Omar's coming, Omar's coming. And one of the things, I don't want to spoil it for you in the courtroom, was they asked him about killing people. And he said, I can't remember the exact lines, but it was essentially, I never put my gun on somebody who wasn't in the game. Meaning he didn't rob citizens, he didn't rob mom and pop or owner of the bodega. His whole thing was there's drug dealers and there's drug users, and they're all part of a game, and he's a thief. He's in that game, and he had no problem killing people in that endeavor. But his whole thing was he'd never put his gun on it, and his line was, a man needs to live by a code. And it was really cool because it showed someone who would normally be considered the scum of society. I mean, he's literally, just a fucking street thug who kills and robs drug dealers. But even a guy like that has a code. And that was his thing, that a code, it's like a code is something a man gives himself. And he said, I adhere to a strict code. I've never put my gun on somebody who wasn't in the game. Dynamite's helping me out. He says, Michael Williams. He was in the show called Boardwalk Empire. I've never seen that one, Mike. I've heard Boardwalk Empire's okay. I probably need to check that out. But got so many movies in so little time. But I was a big fan of Omar. He's probably one of my favorite characters, if not the favorite character in that whole show. Break Nation Sports says he's in. He says, I'm probably started this weekend. I promise you, Break Nation, you watch it, you're going to come in Monday, you're going to be all jacked up. You're going to be the wire this and the wire that. I'm like, I know, dude. I know. Yeah, it's like any series, though. Break Nation, give it some time. They take a little while to do the character development. You're going to have to get through a couple of the episodes before you kind of get a handle of what's going on. He said Steve Buscemi is the lead. I'm assuming you mean in Boardwalk Empire. I'm a big fan of Steve Buscemi too. The lazy-eyed motherfucker. He's ugly as fuck. Got a big crazy lazy eye, and he's literally turned himself into a movie star. If you can't respect that shit, then I don't know what I can do for you. There was another one. Who's the black dude that's got the lazy eye? Big old fat son of a bitch, big heavy dude. He's played in all kinds of movies. I think he played in Platoon. I think he's played. Somebody help me out. Don't make me Google this, man. It's trivia. Who's the real big heavyset black dude?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Big heavyset black dude got the fucking lazy eye.
Really bad with names, but yeah. He also played in that, what's it called?
Somebody will pop in here.
Yeah, the experiment movie where they put like guys in a jail and split them in prisoners and and guards and stuff.
There you go, Forrest Whitaker. Thank you, Dynamite. Forrest Whitaker. He's another one. That motherfucker's a good actor. And I'm like, God damn, man, all these crooked-eyed motherfuckers are becoming movie stars. They're fat and fucking ugly. I'm like, God damn, man, I'm starting to rethink this whole thing about being good looking and all that shit. I'm like, God, what a fucking, maybe you got to have a fucking lazy eye before you can be a movie star. My favorite Forrest Whitaker movie was the one that he played in where it was about an assassination attempt. And I think it was called Point of View or Vantage Point or something. But there was an assassination, and he managed to catch some of it on a film, like kind of like the Zapruder film when Kennedy got shot. But it was all about an effort to, I guess, kill a politician and make it look like somebody else had done it. And it was, they showed, the movie was really cool. The concept was they showed the same scene, the assassination attempt, but it was done over and over again. But each time it was from a different perspective. And it showed you how incredibly different a story can look depending upon where you're at in that story. And if you get a chance to see that one, that was a good one. Now I got to figure out that movie, the Vantage Point movie. It wasn't called Vantage Point. It was Forrest Whitaker movie about assassination. Vantage Point. Damn, I must be getting Alzheimer's. It was called Vantage Point. Vantage Point is a 2008 American political action thriller film directed by Pete Travis and written by Barry Levy. The story focuses on an assassination attempt on the President of the United States in Salamanca, Spain, as seen from the various vantage points of different characters. If you like political intrigue, spy movies, that sort of thing, highly recommended. Good stuff there, man. It's called Vantage Point. It's one of those movies that goes a long ways to help you help people who don't already realize that everything isn't what it appears at first blush. Even something you see with your very own eyes. That's why they say witnesses to crimes can only go so far in a court of law. Because despite your natural instinct to say, well, fuck you, I saw it with my own eyes, it's kind of like back to the magician's tricks again. You're like, what did you really see? Be honest with yourself or be analytical about it. I know what you think you saw, but drill down on it and what did you actually see versus what you assumed you saw? And that it plays on that theme. So there you go, man. I'm giving you guys all kinds of homework, man. You got the Wire, which is you're gonna have to put an effort in on that because that was a run, it's a season. But you'll be sad. When the Wire was over with, I was heartbroken because it became a passion for me. But the movie with Forrest Whitaker called Vantage Point, that's a one and done. But I promise you'll enjoy it. But again, everything is not what it looks at first glance. Break Nation Sports says, am I going to think that The Wire is better than Breaking Bad? Oh, good question, BNS. Man, that's a tough one there. And I have to, I shoot from the hip. I've always got an answer ready for you. On that one, I'm not sure. But therein lies your answer. My response is, it's so fucking good. I wouldn't go so far as to say better, Break Nation Sports, but it'd be a dead tie. For me, that would absolutely be a dead heat tie. You couldn't get me to pick either one of those to say that was superior. And if you know how great Breaking Bad was, that should tell you everything you need to know. Same thing, man. Rich, well-developed characters, wide variety. Nobody is completely a good guy. Nobody is 100% bad guy. It's more in line with real life, the human condition. On one hand, I think Breaking Bad gave everybody a look into a world that few see as far as drug manufacturing. So that was very intriguing and interesting. But I think The Wire showed I think more people could commiserate or identify with the characters in The Wire. You know, it had more to do with what happens in communities all around, at least the United States. I don't know the world. Whereas, you know, the Breaking Bad was centered around drug manufacturing in that world. And I know that takes place probably in many places as well. But I don't think as many people could identify with Heisenberg and them. But I promise you, if you'll go through the movie The Wire, you'll find many characters in there that you can identify with. Yeah, you said you like Game of Thrones and early Walking Dead. I saw the early Walking Dead. Once it started to get shitty, I quit watching it, and I've really never seen much of Game of Thrones. I saw a few, and I think I would enjoy it. I love that sort of thing, the whole dragons and swords and all that shit. But I can tell you that The Walking Dead is a fucking cartoon compared to The Wire. Yeah, my wife and we watched The Walking Dead in the very beginning, and we thought it was wonderful. The whole concept, the writing was good, the storytelling. You could easily see yourself in that environment, and what would I do, and how would it be? And I mean, I get it. There's only so many ways you can kill a zombie, but the whole concept of a post-apocalyptic landscape, dystopian society. How would you feed yourself? What would you do if you got an infection? Would normally, just a shot of penicillin would be the difference between life and death. All of that was incredibly entertaining. But as time went on, man, they started to stumble and fall, and I've never even seen the end of it. I didn't see the last few of them, or whatever. I wouldn't waste my time on it any longer.
Yeah, same here.
Brown says, does anyone know where The Wire is streaming at? I can't help you with that, Jay Brown. I'm sorry.
Didn't you say Netflix?
It was originally on Netflix, so
okay.
Yes. So I don't know how that works, Preacher. I don't know if it was because it was once on Netflix that you can always go there.
No,
I don't know. My wife and my kids, they take good care of me. They we got it hooked up, Dad. Come on. And half the time, I don't even know where that's coming from.
Yeah, I think one Google search will give you an answer real quick. So
is that how it works? Teach me something here. If something is produced on Netflix, does it live there forever, or does it have it run like it does at a theater and then it's gone forever?
Well, I remember seeing about series that were on Netflix and then they were taken off and then they appeared somewhere else. So I think it has to do with the rights to it. So similar to how cinemas stream movies, you need to have a right to it. So I guess with platforms like this, they either pay for the rights for a certain amount of time and they can stream it, and then if they don't want to pay anymore because they think people aren't into it or maybe it's not worth it or whatever, then
Terry, our news correspondent, Terry, she's usually on her DC desk. She said she walked across her newsroom. She got with the people on the entertainment desk, and the journalist there told her that it's on Hulu, Prime Video. It's not normally Terry's wheelhouse with entertainment. She sticks strictly to the hard news, but she was able to help out there. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, you might find this hard to believe, Preacher, but I've never seen The Sopranos. I'm sure it's wonderful. I've heard great things about it. I've seen plenty of clips, even maybe snuck into a little maybe I might have saw maybe a half an episode somewhere along the lines, but I need to sit down and watch The Sopranos from the very beginning to the end.
I've seen that, but a very long time ago, so not that I remember everything. I used to be into movies. Like I would usually watch a movie a day at least. Like every night I would start playing something, and movies that I would like I could watch on repeat. Like I could watch a movie 20 times or 50 times, and as long as I liked it, I was always enjoying it. So, but yeah, since the kids came along, that kind of stopped being a thing.
Yeah, I would tell people I haven't seen The Sopranos, man, and they would like, I feel attacked by it. I was a victim. He'd be like, I can't believe you haven't seen The Sopranos. Like somehow I'd committed some crime. I'm like, motherfucker, I've read Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey twice. Have you ever read it once? So don't start with me that I'm a fucking dumbass because I haven't seen Sopranos.
Yeah.
When you've read the Iliad and the Odyssey once, then you can talk shit to me. But I think it was just my thin-skinned nature. The truth is they were just trying to impart upon me how much they enjoyed it. But you know how I'm easily offended.
Yeah.
I get triggered if I think somebody's taking a shot at me.
I don't know. With me, it's like if I think of a good movie or someone asks me to recommend, I can recommend something, and I've never been like, oh, you didn't watch that? How could you? Or whatever. No, it's like, well, have you seen that? No, it's really good. I recommend. That's it. It's like. There's so many things out there, like it's very unlikely that everybody listens to all the music that's out there and sees all the movies and everything like that. And it's just, sometimes it's by accident, sometimes it's just not your style, and it is what it is.
Speaking of Homer, for any of you out there who think that it's just highbrow and intellectual fucking flexing and all that shit, consider getting yourself a copy. It's a great read. It's an adventure, action adventure book. It's definitely a man's story. It's about a king. I won't spoil all of it for you, but in rough terms, he travels the world, goes upon a great adventure. He leaves his queen and his children and his kingdom behind. His castle, a real castle. One of the coolest things was he chopped down the biggest oak tree that he could find in his kingdom.
Be back for a bit.
And made, huh? And made he used the stump of the tree to make his wedding bed, his marital bed, so that with the root system, the tree his bed could never be moved. Just that kind of cool stuff. Find the biggest tree in his kingdom, cut the tree down, fashion the stump into a magnificent bed, and then had his castle built around the bed. But he goes around the world on these epic adventures, and all of those are great stories. That's why the book is so long. But after returning, while he's gone, the rumor is that he has abandoned his bride and his kingdom, and that a kingdom can't survive without a king. So all the other rivals from the surrounding area wanted his wife to marry them, treat him like she was a widow, and take them, because obviously they coveted his castle and all of his holdings and all of that. So eventually they invade his castle, and it's an endless series of parties that he pays for. They slaughter his cattle, his lambs, his sheep. They drink his wine, spend his money, force his wife to entertain them, throwing one lavish banquet after another in his banquet hall. His son is there. She refuses to marry. She does everything everything that they demand of her, except for she refuses to remarry. She insists that her king will return someday. Eventually, after all the other adventures, which will make up a big part of the book, he returns home. No one even recognizes him. They don't even know who he is. And it's really cool. He sets he sets up a set of games that are similar to what would be like a Olympic Games. One of which was to prove who he was. They asked everyone to string his bow. If you know anything about archery, in the old days before compound bows, a recurve was just one piece of wood, and then you had to bend it and put the string on it. And because it was under tension, that's what allowed the arrows to fly. So the stiffer the wood, the more powerful the bow would be. But the stiffer the wood, the more hard it would be to string the bow. And the king's bow was so incredibly strong that normal men couldn't bend it enough to put the string on it. And that was one of the ways that he went about proving who he was. So he string his own bow after letting everyone there try. And he set up some other things. Once the bow was strung, they would set up axes with holes in them and to see who could shoot a feast where they don't even know that he's home. He has his son lock the door to where they're all trapped inside, and he slaughters every one of them. All these people.
I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer.
Yeah, he slaughters everyone who defiled his house, his banquet room, and his wife's honor. Yep, it's an incredible book. Greg Nation Sports said, share the name one more time. I apologize, Nation. I was telling the story I didn't read down. Dynamite is right. It's the Odyssey. There's two books. One's called the Iliad. One's called the Odyssey. Good stuff, man.
There's actually one film company that, as their opening credits, has that guy shooting the arrow through the axis or whatever that you were talking about.
Well done, Censored. Well done.
I can't remember what film company it is, but I just remember the imagery.
If you look up like the ancient, the Persians and the Trojan War and all that stuff, when they fashioned war axes or a battle axe, the blade was long and broad, but where the wooden handle went through, it had a hole in it. And what they would do was they would take all those battle axes and they would line them up in a field in a perfect row. And then what the guy would do is they would have a contest. You would take your bow and arrow and you would try to shoot through that hole. And they would count how many axes it went through before the arrow began to descend. Because obviously once the arrow is no longer flying flat, it can't pass through the hole. And the more axes you could shoot through, it was a way of measuring. And not just measuring, but you couldn't just randomly shoot as far as you wanted to. You had to be accurate and shoot it far. And you're right, Censor Content. Damn, you never cease to impress me. There's a movie company out there who that's part of their little, what is it? Paramount has the mountain. You got the other one that has the girl with the globe, independent feel. She's Statue of Liberty type lady, and I think another one was the lion. Somebody had the roaring lion. But you're right, Censor Content. One of those movies that's exactly where that comes from.
Yo, these are the bombs!
And they're air popped, not fried.
Popcorners! You're an artist!
Actually, Jesse, it's just basic ingredients. No, we don't eat our own supply.
Mr. White!
Jesse.
Everyone's gonna want to taste one of these. We call them popcorners.
Type! We've got 6 signature flavors, Joe.
7! You make 7!
7 works.
Yeah.
Ekmilov says, am I wrong thinking that the English translator for the Japanese Prime Minister should be a male voice out of respect? Watching this on CBS News. Yeah, someone pointed out earlier that the Japanese Prime Minister is on stage with Trump right now. I don't know, Tech, that I'd have a problem with that. I mean, as long as it's really what he says, not about the voice. So I'd say yeah, you're probably wrong on that. It doesn't matter if it's a woman translating. What's important is that if she is the accuracy of the translation, and that includes her ability to, you know, to show the subtle nuances.
Yeah, and he's Japanese. How can you tell the difference?
No, that's just not right.
It was meant to not be right.
Rated R for retarded.
Well, if you take 5 and you add 5 and you add 10 and you add 10 and you got 20, you got infinite kindness, you got infinite gratuity. And through that, you can find something that's perpetual inside of you. Like you're drinking that coffee, there's something spiritual about that. If you look at something and there's nothing there, what's the difference of figuring out what it was in the first place? I mean, you know, these are metaphors. You must understand that you go to Chinatown, you get nunchucks. Well, now you can't get nunchucks. Before you get nunchucks, and they hit yourself on the hand, you go numb fucks because it hurt, but you didn't want to say ow or anything like that. You just said, so this is the divine intervention. You could become a spiritual.
Is that Gary Busey?
Yeah.
I love that guy, man. He was a fucking good actor. I loved him in Lethal Weapon with Mel Gibson, but after he wrecked that motorcycle and bashed his head against that curb, he's been fucking batshit crazy. Oh, I missed the chance. I learned a new word the other day. Moonbat barkers. Somebody called somebody the other day, you crazy as a moonbat, a barking moonbat. Instead of me, my go-to phrase is usually crazy as a shithouse rat, but I need to make an effort to change that out for crazy as somebody to a barking moonbat. But yeah, poor excuse me, Gary Busey.
Yeah, any of his earlier movies, if you watch him, he was a really good actor, and he could have went a long way.
Yeah, the first time I heard somebody tell somebody else that they was crazy as a barking moonbat, I'm thinking, I'm stealing that shit. In fact, I think I wrote it into. I told the guy, I said, I'm stealing it, dude. I'm telling you right up front. I'm just confessing now. I'm plagiarizing the shit out of that. Because it's funny to me because you're like, first of all, what the fuck is a moonbat? And why would they even bark? But I'm thinking, that's the beauty of it. Papa Mac said he heard the word bequeath and he felt inspired to build an entire song about it with his AI software. If you're listening, Papa Mac, forget all that bequeath shit. Make us a song about barking moonbats. It's a little misogynistic because I think it was gender specific. I think it was really geared towards crazy Karens. Full disclosure. So if you're easily offended or you don't want to run afoul of the feminist, just know that it is directed towards the unbalanced Karens. Off with their heads, Tech. Off to jail with them. Straight to jail. Right away. Straight to jail. The other Jay Brown said the Gary Busey quotes are always good stuff. The only thing I can say, Jay Brown, is he seems to be having a good time. Despite the fact that he's fucking clearly fucking disabled, the dude seems to be like living his best life, as they say. So, got to give him that. Pro Jeweler wants to know if can we have a class action lawsuit against the Democratic Party? That's a good question, man. That's what I said, declare a tax holiday. Take it to courts and ask the judge to award us, as part of the punitive damages or compensatory damages, a refund on our taxes for a number of years or a discount going forward. I like it. Jay Brown said Busey has seriously deep thoughts in there, somewhere really deep. Yeah, that's the thing, Jay Brown. They're in there. They just can't come out. He may have the serious thoughts in there, but unfortunately, I think they stay in there. But all I know is casual observer, the dude seems like he's happy and having a good time, and maybe that's a win. He played in some obscure movie where he had a friend. He was friends to a little boy. I don't know if it was his nephew or whatever, but it was a kid in a wheelchair. I think one of the Coreys played the kid in the wheelchair. I think it was a vampire movie or something, but he made him like a hot rod wheelchair and all that kind of shit. That wasn't a bad little movie. Preacher, are we having issues with the stream, or is it just my iPad? My charts have gotten cloudy, and I don't hear any music or sound. Issues with the stream. My voice is coming through. Any of y'all out there in chat land, give me some feedback here. Are your charts clear? Are they still updating, or has the stream frozen for you? Thanks, Jay Brown. It must be on my end then. Damn. I went out, turned it off, went back to YouTube General, turned it back on, and it's still blurry as hell. What's up with that? It seems to be updated. There it is. It just fixed itself. AMC stuck at 3.075. GameStop at 2470.
Mingy says, I can hear you, Pirate, but no music, though. Yeah, I did the same thing, Donna. I turned up my volume, and I could hear myself after the 20-second delay, but yeah, there's no music. Dow's in the red, the S&P's in the red, and the NASDAQ is in the red. So all the major indices are taking a shit. Bitcoin is currently green at the moment, but it's at 97,000, almost 97 even. Still having trouble getting up above that $100,000 mark and staying there. The 2-year, the 5-year, and the 10-year treasuries are all in the green. Still below that 4.5 mark. Bitcoin is at 96,914. Chuck Schumer, he's out losing his mind. Auntie Maxine Waters from California, that crazy bitch, she's running around losing her shit. Ilhan Omar, I hate her with a fucking white hot passion. Her and that Rashid Tlaib, couple fucking racist foreigners who've made their way into our government while openly admitting that their allegiance is to others. I don't know how anybody let that shit stand, but here we are. Yep, they're all having a freak out. Denny Foyle says, I predict a politician goes to jail. I hope you're wrong, Tenny. I hope you have singular a politician. But I like where you're headed. I hope that several of them go.
they decided that that was how we wanted to play this game. The Republicans weren't the ones instrumental in saying, you know, let's lock up our political opponents. That was initiated by the Democrats. They're the ones that said, if you can't beat them at the ballot box or the elections, lock them up so you can win that way. True fashions, I guess it would be in keeping with like something that would happen in Russia. But for whatever reason, that's what they've decided to do, and it's all good and proper. So if they're going to do that just to keep somebody from winning an election, I would argue that then there's definitely a green light to lock up politicians if they've been found guilty of a fraud of this magnitude. I mean, this isn't like bouncing a check or kiting a check, you know, a few days before payday or something like, you know, dipping into petty cash for a few drinks after work. I mean, this is serious shit. I saw one of the funniest. There's some creative people out there, man. I'm telling you, and I guess it shouldn't surprise me. I mean, you can't have this many idiots without having an equal amount of smart people. But somebody had put all this gnashing of teeth and the clutching of the pearls, if you will, with Elon Musk having unfettered access to the Treasury. The talking point was quickly passed around that he has access to Social Security numbers, blah, 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 blah. And like it was, and somebody wrote yesterday, I'll see if I can do this without butchering it too bad, that let me get this right. The richest man in the world needs your Social Security number so that he can take out a loan in your name, despite the fact that you have a 600 credit score, so that he can fund some of his business opportunities. It was incredibly well written. The humor in it was second to none, but it just pointed out the sheer silliness of that somehow or another the richest man in the world could benefit because he's got some rando's Social Security number. And they went to great pains to point out that most of them are people who don't really have particularly good credit to begin with, you know, and you got a credit score of 600 and a Visa with a $500 limit on the card. Somehow or another, he was going to leverage that into untold riches for himself going forward. Can't fix stupid. Jeweler says the Democrat accused people of what they are thinking. Yep, see a lot of that. I think they call it projecting or whatever. I'm not sure, but that's it. Yeah, they see it all the time, accusing people of the exact thing that they're doing. Jack Beloved says also the silliness because so many people have seen my Social Security, whether it's a security breach, college, brokers, IRS, you name it. Yeah, I made fun of somebody that was going on about that the other night on Twitter, Tech, and I did the old you're so cute thing. I said, it's so cute that you think your Social Security number is private. Like, dude, if you don't think your Social Security number is out there, if somebody wants it, it's not real hard to fucking get. I mean, I get it. You wouldn't want to just run around and just broadcast it. But if anybody in this day and age thinks that somehow or another their Social Security number is some sort of tightly guarded secret, they might need to rethink that.
No chills today. Nobody to fight with. And disappointing.
I think it's all Papa Max. You know, like he gets KC, he gets the earnings call, he gets the shells on Tuesday, I guess. Unless we convince him to stream more days a week, that's gonna give you some activity, but you need to get him on board.
Hey, I've got an idea. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody.
Hey.
Hey,
We need to have a KC. Hey, we need to have a KC Shaw Day where we all change our icons to KC's icon, and we all name ourselves something similar to KC. No?
I guess we can.
Yeah.
We need to also make sure that he becomes aware of it, because otherwise.
I apologize. I got distracted there. What was the question, Jeweler?
What if we had a KC Shaw Day on the stream, and we all changed our icons to look like KC's, and we all changed our name to some form of KC Shaw?
We tried something like that one day with the whole Ned thing. It kind of flopped.
Yeah.
I don't think there was 10% of the people. Even that was with KC there. We're like tomorrow we're all going to change our name to Ned. And, I mean, there were some few people played along, but it's
All right, I'll get back to work later.
Go make something shiny. Real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up. Our hour is upon us. Ooh, today just blasted past. I didn't realize, but I'll be man enough to admit it, that Elon Musk, of all people, I guess he used Ken Griffin from Citadel to help him finance Twitter. At least I read that, and for whatever reason, I just now found out about it. And I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that it troubles me a little bit. Mrs. Pirate shaking her head no. She says, I doubt that. Does anybody have anything to add to that? Do anybody have any knowledge, or have I been misled by just some random shit somebody typed on the Twitter X?
Pirate, what was this about? I got distracted for a moment.
What kind of an investment was it?
It says no, Elon Musk did not receive financing from Ken Griffin for his acquisition of Twitter. Instead, Musk secured financing from a group of banks, including Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and Barclays.
So Ken Griffin played no role in it? He didn't shepherd the deal or anything?
However, Griffin and his firm Citadel did purchase Tesla stock before Donald Trump became president. Some believe that Griffin and his team may have believed that Musk's relationship with Trump could be beneficial for his business.
Okay. I was just asking, Preacher, Mrs. Pirate helped me out with it. I read something last night, and it was new to me. They claimed that Elon Musk enlisted the help of Ken Griffin to finance Twitter. When he bought X, obviously he had to put money together. And I was wondering if there was any truth to that. And he did a quick search and said no, that it's all bullshit. And then I asked if he helped shepherd the deal, even if he didn't provide the financing, if he was one of those people who put it all together. And she said no. The closest connection that they had was that there's proof that Ken Griffin has bought stock in Tesla. But the argument for that was that he did so because he thought it would be, Tesla will benefit from the obvious power that Musk has now being close to the White House. So apparently I was misled. I've long held the opinion that Trump is not just ambivalent towards Ken Griffin. I think that they're enemies. And I won't bore everybody with my reasoning behind that, but I've been over it many times. But I'd really never given much thought to whether or not Elon Musk and Ken Griffin were friend or foe. I seen a photograph of them at a social event, which doesn't in and of itself mean anything. I mean, perfectly, people can be mortal enemies and attend the same social functions, especially in those circles. But they looked a little chummy, smiling at each other, and one was having a drink. And then when I read that claim that somebody had made that he had played a role in that, I thought to myself, I felt a little twinge, it kind of stung a little bit, and I thought, man, I don't like that. I hope it's not true. But I didn't have time to look into it, so apparently I'm spreading FUD. Thanks to Mrs. Pirate, she put a stop to that real quick.
I don't know. I'm sure that Kenny Boy can weasel his way around and promise things or do favors even to Elon Musk to get in his good graces. So yeah, it's not like Elon Musk owes us anything or anything like that, right? So it might be that, let's say, he's against the whole woke thing that's happening, but maybe he doesn't care as much about the stock market, or he has a different overview where he wants to be in good graces with the hedge funds owners, and I don't know, I have no idea.
Ven says Griffin, whose net worth is estimated at $29 billion, has committed only $20 million to the deal, according to Bloomberg. So according to Ven, I guess he's saying that Bloomberg News has said that Ken Griffin did shovel $20 million towards the project. So, I mean, I get it, out of a deal that big, $20 million, but $20 million is still something. Tech We Love says Meta AI is not infallible, but it thinks $20 million from Ken Griffin was secured. Musk secured $44 billion through personal capital, margin loans, Tesla and bridge loans. So yeah, if the total price was $44 billion, then obviously Ken Griffin giving him $20 million is a pittance. So that wouldn't give him any leverage over Musk.
By the way, I'm looking at the volume and we have so far today. So with less than 1 hour to go, we have 4.82 million shares on AMC, when the average over the last 3 months is 14.31. So unless we see like 9-10 million candle on the last 5 minutes, I don't know, something's gonna be weird.
I have a poll for you guys. I got to do this while Mrs. Pirate's not in the room. I had a friend when we were younger that had a farm loaded with cats, and he used to put cats in the dryer. No heat, just a tumble cycle. Is that funny or cruel? I'll be real clear on this. This was not me. I don't want anybody judging me. I can feel you all out there judging me. On my honor, I'm not doing the old asking for a friend. This really was a friend of mine. It's not me. But my question is, was it funny or was it cruel? Lionhold says, don't F with the cats. All right. Brandon's going with cruel. All right. Donna says so cruel. Okay. I had to put in a request for my wife the next time she's at Housewares at Walmart. I've been craving a banana split. I'm a big lover of ice cream, and more specifically hot sundaes, whipped cream and all that nuts. But we always have bananas around here, and for whatever reason, I just haven't. But I always loved banana splits, and as a child, they were, there was absolutely out of the question. Way too expensive. We were lucky if we got one dip of ice cream kind. But I think I'm going to shift into big shot mode, and instead of making these chocolate sundaes with whipped cream, I'm going to go with a full-blown banana split. But if you're going to have a banana split, you need to have you need a serving dish, so you can do the whole thing where you cut the banana down the middle and 3 scoops of ice cream. You know the deal. Chocolate on one, pineapple on the middle, and then the red strawberry on the third. A real sure enough banana split. Richard's going with cruel, but it's okay to spin them like a top on the hardwood floor with your hands. I added the top part, but I think that's what he was getting at. Decker Love says not smart, but we all make mistakes. Yeah, Richard, absolutely. Yeah, crushed nuts, the whole deal, man. 3 scoops of vanilla, banana split down the middle, half the banana on each side, an abundance of Ready Whip, not the Cool Whip now. Cool Whip is for pies and cakes. You need Ready Whip, a cherry on the middle, but most importantly, you need 3 different toppings: the chocolate, pineapple, strawberry. And like you said, an abundance of nuts across the top as well.
You be like, why she got it like all of your poses? Why you in the poser with them hoes? And I be like, why you in there going through my phone? Bitch, I told you take your ass home. And you be like, that ain't none of my business. That ain't.
Highway Frog says an uneven load would be hard on the bearing for the dryer. Well, I'm sure all of you have seen the wonderful comedy with Chevy Chase, National Lampoon's Vacation, scene where he had cop pulls him over and he had taken the dog on the leash and tied him to the bumper. Drug the dog down the highway until it died. Was it funny or not funny? I'm not talking about in real life. Obviously, it would be cruel. It's not. My question is, in the movie, did it make you laugh or not? Highway Frog made me laugh because not the fact that it was uneven, but that he said it was a load, like you would load multiple, well, like a whole laundry basket full of cats in the dryer. You kill me, Frog. That's the best life I've had today. See, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's the first time today I've laughed really hard. That's good. That's good stuff. Thanks, Frog. What triggered the memory for me was I heard Mrs. Pirate turning on our dryer, but more specifically, the day before yesterday, she told me to go back there and look, and the dryer was left open, and one of her cats had jumped in there and had found a place to take a little nap on some warm towels or something. And she's done it several times, but that's what triggered the memory. And then I remembered my friend, so I just and a never-ending need for me to find something to talk to you funny people about. I just, I have no filter, so there you go. But what as the song says, get by with a little help from my friends. Highway Frog and his comment made the whole thing worthwhile. I knew I was on thin ice. I knew I could run afoul of perhaps ending up the bad guy before that was all over with, but it worked out as I had hoped it would. Just so you know, for those of you who don't know, I bought my wife as a gift. Me and the boys bought her a cat door so that she didn't have to get up and be disrupted from her activities throughout the day to let these cats in and out countless times. And because that door is real close to where I sit, it's become my job. I'm literally a doorman. So lest you judge me too quickly, I open up and allow ingress and egress of those cats no fewer than 15 times a day, so that they don't have to let's be clear about this, all they got to do is push the little door open and come in and out. It's only held closed by a magnet, but instead they have become accustomed to just tapping on it or maybe giving a little meow my way. And like any good doorman, I tip my hat and let them in and out. So before you try to paint me with the old "he hates cats" brush, that's my day.
I think we can paint you with the "he loves his wife" brush. Just in case you're not doing it for the cats, you're doing it for Sandy.
You're a smart man. You're a smart man. A man needs to know
what's good for him, what's good for himself. Yep.
To be honest, I think I would like a cat in the house.
They're kind of cool to have around, man. They really are. I ain't gonna lie.
It's like also something extra for the kids to interact and be active. Be
Yep.
active with. It's, you know, it's another pet that's gonna come and sit on your lap from time to time and purr, which is something we don't get from the dog. And I do think it's a bit less maintenance. Like,
Yeah, it's a lot less maintenance, and cats are pretty much hand-free. Yeah.
I remember friends were with cats. They had like a timer. Well, in days, how many days they could be away, and their cat would be okay. You know, like they would leave a huge bowl of food, a huge bowl of water. You know, they would fill the litter box with this whatever, I forgot the term for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
Kitty litter.
The kitty litter, and everything would be okay.
Yep.
And I remember the first
Leave the
time.
toilet seat up as an emergency. Clean the toilet real well.
Yeah.
Clean it real nice for them. Leave the toilet seat up and put both seat in the lid. And that in absolute emergency, they'll have unlimited water.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, the first time I was with my previous dog, and the first and actually only time when I was like, okay, I had an invite from a friend to come over, like from one city to another, like I don't know, 50 miles, let's say, but by bus, because I didn't have a car at the time, I think. And I came over. We started going to the city, having some drinks. It was past midnight, and I get a call. The guy that I left my dog with, his wife had to go to the hospital, like it was an emergency. So it was like, can you come and pick up your dog? And well, I scrambled to look for a bus or something to get back there. And in the meantime, some other friend that was in the same city where the dog was picked up the dog, and I picked it from him. But it was like the one time I tried to step away, without my dog. I had to rush back in, and it's like it was such a crazy thing. And everybody, all the friends with cats, like they're zero fucks given. They're gone for a long weekend or whatever, and nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's quite a big difference.
I regret not teaching Diesel how to drink out of the toilet, because we have an abundance of them around here, and we could have easily just dedicated one for him. I could have sterilized it. Done a really good job, clean it down with alcohol, everything. Just got his. Look, a dog licks his own ass, so it's not like it's going to be a big deal. But you could just clean the commode really, really good, and just tell the family that one's off limits, and then Mrs. Pirate wouldn't have to do his water bowl for him twice a day. He could just go in there and get himself a nice cold drink of fresh water anytime he wants. But we fucked that up.
But yeah, the thing is, I've seen videos. There's dogs that just go and pee in the toilet. They like literally open the toilet, lift the toilet seat up, and pee in the toilet.
Yeah. You can teach cats to do that too. They say the way you teach a cat is you stretch saran wrap or cellophane or whatever over the toilet, and then you fill it with kitty litter, and the cat will instinctively climb up there to piss and shit in it, to cover it up with that kitty litter. And then once you get them, that becomes their habit, their place to go. You just don't put the kitty litter on there, and they'll just jump up on the seat, and they'll drop a deuce right in the water or pee. And then they won't try to cover it up because they can't, and then all you gotta do is go in and flush it. And I thought, that's fucking genius right there. But again, we failed to do that. And that would be, if you got a little kitten, if you just had a brand new kitten, if you could potty train that son of a bitch, man, you're talking about years of labor that you don't have to do. Not to mention the cost of kitty litter and all that, and
the smell, it goes, kitty litter boxes stink a little bit. All right, it's 2:30. We're close enough. We got half an hour left to the closing bell. I'm requesting permission for a gummy.
Permission.
Anybody? Permission granted. Thank you, sir. Iron the hole. This Pirate's cat, her favorite, has developed a taste for being carried around. She's got this, for whatever reason, she takes great pleasure in being picked up and held. It's like similar to like you would a baby, not cradling it, just kind of holding her cradled in your arms. But so that I guess so she can see from an elevated position. But what's funny about it is she insists on you walking around. If you try to remain motionless, she'll kind of dig her little claws into your arm a little bit, or she'll begin to wiggle. She doesn't want you to put her down. They've discovered that if you walk around. So it's like they manipulate you. So she'll approach you, she'll meow to be picked up, you'll pick her up, and then she wants you to walk all around and let her look at all the various things. Now you can stand at one of the glass walls and look out and see outside, and she may hold still for that for a little while. But eventually she grows bored and she'll want you to continue to walk around. So that's kind of another one of the family jokes here.
Damn.
Then that's what I've got. I've got these things called Mike's Bites, and they're pretty nice. It's funny, back when we had the cow place, I told you we had these, always had a glut of cats in the barn, mice patrol, but so there was always kittens to be had. And we had one particular set of kittens that we'd moved them to the farmhouse porch so the missus could keep an eye on them. And I built them a little bed and all that sort of thing. But she recognized right off the bat the one was out of the whole bunch of kittens, it was just friendlier. It was eager to be on your lap. You could just tell it was the pick of the litter. And she made every effort to find that little cat a home. She called all of her girlfriends, everybody that she thought might want a kitten, and all that. And she couldn't get nobody to come take it. And that's this cat. She did it. We had like I said, there was an abundance of kittens, but this one was different, and you could tell.
and she said this was going to make somebody an amazing pet. And that's another one of our family jokes, is she made a real concerted effort to try to have that thing go away. In the end, it ended up being, we ended up stuck with it. But
Pirate, what do you think? Are we getting close to Max Payne? Like on AMC, if I remember correctly, we're at $3. Max Payne GME is $25.50, I think. Yeah, $25.50.
well, I know for AMC, it's going to have a 15% run in a half an hour. That's pretty dramatic on zero volume. So I'm going to say no.
AMC Max Payne is 3.
Oh, they changed it to 3?
Yeah.
No shit. Well, yeah, it'll hit the Max Payne then. I thought, for whatever reason, I thought it was still at $3.50.
Me too. That's why I bought this morning. Damn it.
I don't know. I checked.
Oh well.
We've checked it now, and it's showing it's 3. So.
Supposed to be 4 in like 2 weeks from now, I think.
Well, I don't think you'll get her audio. This thing's, it's at fucking $3, man. What was it? I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you they can't drive it down to 2 or to 1. I don't see them putting this down to 98 cents a share. I think that people would go. I think that the buying would trigger would just destroy them. So I don't know. I've been wrong 11 fucking times on this, but I just know if I had 10 grand right now, I'd probably buy at AMC before I would GameStop.
Yeah, that's what I did this morning.
You're welcome, Highway Frog. Thank you for coming and hanging out, man. It's no fun if it's just Preacher and I sitting here telling each other how handsome we are. Have a great weekend, man. If we don't see you around Discord this weekend, we'll see you Monday, I'm sure.
Yeah, take care. Have a good one.
I need some money, man. My son, he needs to buy flight time. He's got to accumulate another couple hundred hours to meet some minimum requirements. If he gets a job as a flight instructor, he gets to fly real cheap. The problem is none of those kids who need to be taught, they don't do cross country. And he has to have some cross country hours. So although he'll get the plane at a discount, that would be the only argument. But he said that he's talked to some of the other guys who are ahead of him in this endeavor. And they said what happens is you become a certified flight instructor and you start teaching youngins how to fly or new people how to fly. And he says, but all you do is fly around the airport. You fly around the flagpole all day long. And that does help him build hours, which he needs. But the problem is it doesn't go anywhere towards these cross-country credits. So you have to rent a plane to do these cross-countries, and the minimum on it is going to be, I forget the hours, but he said if he broke it into 64 events, he could do 4-hour flights. 2 hours out and 2 hours back. He would need to do that 62 times or 64 times. It's expensive as you can imagine. So your instinct is to say, well, wait until you become an employee, because once he becomes a flight instructor, he gets the planes for cheap. But the problem then is there's so many kids who want to be, I say kids, so many people who want their private pilots, they don't need to do the cross country. So although the flying's cheaper, it'll be the wrong kind of flying. But so it looks like there's going to be no easy way around this. So. From now, and he's not even an instructor yet, so we've kind of chosen a course a plan that we'll have to bite the bullet. He's going to have to do these cross countries with, he's going to take his mom some places and friends and family and all that. And then it'll just have to be paid for. And that'll be an investment. But when the time comes for him to become an instructor, then he'll be able to fill out the rest of the hour requirements on just flying in a circle around the airport with these newbies. So, as you can quite imagine, I could use the extra capital myself from a squeeze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying not to get in there. So I'm trying to just keep floating without a squeeze. But at the moment we squeeze, I'm starting to look into, real estate in the area.
Good man. Good man. I'm sure you'll do well. Pro Jeweler says, can you pick me up and drop me off in Key West? Pro Jeweler, I don't know if you remember, that was when he did his first cross country. You have to do 1 or 2 cross countries just to get a private license.
and then he needed another cross country as part of his college degree, and that's where he flew. He flew from Daytona Beach to Key West and back. Yeah, I'm sure he could probably do that for you. Bojor, how would you feel about being his co-pilot, and maybe instead of Key West, maybe you guys could fly to maybe some obscure landing strip in the Bahamas and bring back a duffel bag full of fucking cocaine, and that would go a long ways towards me financing the education. Now it has some hazards. I mean, that could go wrong real fast, but
and
just a few trips.
There goes the stream.
My driveway is pretty short, but I bet you can land on it.
How many of you guys seen the movie with Tom Cruise, American Made? Raise your hand. Y'all see that? About Tom Cruise, and he was an airline pilot, kind of like JJ the jet plane, but he was approached by the CIA to start doing some work for them. He didn't really want the job, but they threatened him. They found out that he was sneaking Cuban cigars on his flights. Just something as innocent as that, but it was contraband. It was illegal. So he was smuggling, just for himself, Cuban cigars in the cockpit of his Delta plane. And they used that as a kind of a carrot in the stick to get him to work for the CIA. And of course they bought him an unlimited budget to buy twin-engine turboprop planes. They ended up buying him in the airport. Hell, they ended up opening a bank for him to keep the fucking money in. But it showed how the CIA was involved with Pablo Escobar, and what it came down to was they would use the drug trade as a way to keep an eye on the communist activities and some of these places. Really good fucking movie. It was based on the true story. I forget the guy's name. I should be able to remember his name. But anyhow, it was based on the true story. It actually happened. If you haven't seen it, man, it's pretty damn good. Tom Cruise doesn't make. He's a superstar. They don't make snickers of movies. But it's called American Made, and it's based on a man's real life. If you get a chance, you might enjoy that one.
I haven't seen it, but the trailer looks interesting.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, it really happened.
I like because I saw the scene somewhere on the internet. Now I know it's from this movie, but where they fill up a plane with drugs, and he's like arguing with them that he can only take that much, and then on top of that they put some big fatso in to look after the
yeah, they send like a handler with him, a big fat ass up front. Yeah. He's already over his weight and balance requirements with the load. Yeah. And on top of that, Preacher, it's on an unimproved runway in Colombia. Some fucking goat ranch. It's not even really long enough to take off. And there's a bunch of fucking trees at the end.
Yeah,
that's the one where he puts the fucking tree branches when he's taking off. Yeah, good shit, man. Yeah, it's a fucking good movie, man. It's top shelf shit, man.
I'm gonna add it to the list right now, actually.
Yeah, it's a true story though, based on the guy. The guy's name was Barry. Can't remember his other name, but his name was Barry, like Blackberry or whatever.
Wait, it's a 2017. It's not that old.
No. It's relatively new. Yep, it's got all the usual intrigue in it. CIA, government, how we
we play, the whole thing about how does all the drugs get into America? I'm like, you're fucking kidding, right? You know our fucking government is like partners with these motherfuckers. Petro's quoting the movie, "Hey governor, I'm going to walk on out of here and you're not going to be able to do anything about it." Yeah, that was beautiful, Petro. We shouldn't spoil it for everybody else. But yeah, Petro's flexing that he's already seen the movie.
It's in the trailer, so I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's like, that phone over there is going to ring here, and I'm going to get up and walk out of here. He fucking knew, man. He's like, you fucking people don't have an idea. You don't even need to know.
Anyway, I'm gonna switch the charts to a minute because we only have a few minutes left. I have a feeling that they're gonna unleash all the orders that they were holding back, so we're gonna see the last minute, I think at least the 1 million volume.
Yep.
But yeah.
Pro Jeweler said Mr. Fire can pick you up a Rolex. Yeah, Pro Jeweler, I'm never gonna have a Rolex of my own. The most I can hope for is that maybe I can have. I told you I'd like to get one for maybe both my sons actually, but yeah, it's. Listen, I've come to terms with the fact that it wasn't in the cards for me to have my dreams met. The best I can hope for is that I can make somebody else's dreams come true, and that's going to have to be good enough, and that's something to be proud of. I didn't necessarily make my own come true, but as far as my two boys are concerned, I'm going to be able to make their dreams come true, and that's going to have to be enough for me. Hell, I can't even afford a used fucking Harley right now.
Wait, Pirate, I'm going to send you. I need to find it. Oh, a photo.
I tell you this, I'm going to have one of those serving dishes for banana splits by this weekend, or there's going to be hell to pay. That's all I want right now.
Pirate, check your general.
Right on.
You can. I'm pretty sure you can get one of these. So, well, anyone that's in the Pirates Discord, you can check that out. But it's a Rolex copy. It says relax. one of the arms of the 5 crowns, one of them is fallen down. Under relax, it says it's not what you think.
I like it, man. I like it. I like the hour hand has a Mercedes-Benz emblem on it.
So below the needles, it says substitute hand wash certified 3.2 feet. So 0.9 meters of waterproofness, which is nothing. And then at the bottom it says garage assembled.
I love it.
This thing is epic in its own, like just the...
That's fucking beautiful. Yeah, that's fucking beautiful. That's the poser's accoutrement for a poser. Yeah. That's beautiful. Yeah, Petro, he says, "Hey Jen, Governor Clinton's on the phone." Yeah.
But apparently, oh my god, these guys took it. Oh my god, there's so many of them, because at first I saw the one that I shared with you guys, but now there's apparently a brand called Relax. Like $350 watches. On one of them it says, "Relax, it's not what you think. Substitute chronometer, garage assembled. Fuck off."
Yeah. Look, if it was $30, I'm in. But I'm not giving $350 for that.
Put the link
there. I love it though. I love it, man.
There's another one that's Yacht Master.
Instead of the Yacht Master.
Yeah. Yacht Master. Sub-perpetual chronometer, garage assembled. Oh god. There's another Grumpy Master. Hand wash certified. Let me see what else is there.
I like that. Waterproof down to 9 inches. Yeah.
I mean, Well, I'm not advertising this because I just stumbled into it, but I'm gonna put it in chat and the YouTube as well, just in case anybody wants to have a laugh.
Fucking preachers down, or preacher, pro jewelers down there right now having a fucking stroke. He's like, "You're killing me with this fucking shit."
There's another one. I guess there's an Explorer version of the Rolex, because there's one here that says Exploder.
Yeah, instead of Explorer.
Yeah.
Exploder.
Oh, God.
It's fucking beautiful, man. Terry says the U.S. aid signs removed from D.C. headquarters as the workers ask a federal judge to pause Trump's actions. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Pro Jeweler said he thought it was funny. Yeah. Pro Jeweler's not going to get nothing done for the rest of the day. He's got to be at work for another he's got to be there for another 2 hours. I know Pro Jeweler's schedule like I know my own. He is going to spend the rest of his day showing those links to everybody there. You just ruined all the production. Whatever Pro Jeweler was supposed to fucking fix between from now and the end of the day, none of that shit's getting done. He's going to spend the rest of his day showing everybody in that jewelry store those fucking watches.
Happy to help. So yeah, we're at 5.31 million shares traded today on AMC. Still 9 million below the average. So that's
in a volume bump on GameStop, but we're not seeing any meaningful change in the AMC yet.
I think they're gonna unleash all those shares right on the last minute. All the orders that were coming in that they couldn't put in the dark pools, they're gonna dump them all.
I saw one yesterday. I know they did it yesterday with about 3 minutes left on the clock. There was a big volume candle.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the same thing, Preacher, but I don't know if you're familiar with the Flintstone comic strip that was popular.
I know it.
But that was one of my favorite cartoons, and the best part of that was they'd have what would normally be modern day conveniences, but they would be like animals. Like for instance, they had a disposal, and Wilma Flintstone was like, "Fred, the disposal's not working right," and he would open up the sink cabinet, and it was like a warthog underneath of there, where they'd run the fucking scraps down through there, and that fucking warthog would eat all that shit. And it was one of the funnier comedic bits that they did on there, how they would insert all these modern conveniences into that caveman lifestyle, and I always got a lot of pleasure out of that.
Here's the volume.
Yep, there it is. You called it, Preacher. You nailed it, man. 6 minutes left on an explosion of volume and the corresponding run up in price. I shouldn't say run up, it's a green candle, but
that's the 4 shares.
He said, Pro Jeweler said the whole store is laughing. I told you, you're not going to get anything done for another hour. I apologize. I didn't mean to step on your comms. What were you saying there, audio?
Oh, I just said that's the same 4 shares they've been trading back and forth a million times today.
Gummy's kicking in right on time. We got 5 minutes left on the clock, so that works out. I timed that one just perfect.
Right behind you on that.
Or Jeweler saying that they borrowed those shares out of my Webull account without my knowledge. Yeah, I was reading. Casey was discussing with someone in a tweet, well, in a post on X. Basically, they had a cash account that, of course, without them knowing and asking for it, was switched to a margin account. And then when the person got in touch with their broker to change it, they said they couldn't change it, so they needed to make a new cash account. And then they had the guts to tell the person, like the holder, oh, why don't you just sell your position and buy it again on the cash account?
Yeah.
So you lose all your tax benefits from holding for all those years. But the fact that they just switch you on a margin account without your knowledge and stuff, it's the stock market is so fucking corrupt, it's so dirty, it's just disgusting. I wish the justice system would put something in place where you go to jail depending on the amount of money that you benefited. So I don't know, it's like whatever, $100 or $500 per day or for whatever, right? So if you
I like that.
I like that.
That's a good concept.
If you steal millions, then you're gone for years.
Right.
That's what they fucking deserve. Because if someone steals like a fucking loaf of bread and a salami to eat or to feed their kids, right? Those people don't deserve to be in there for months or years.
They lock them up for 6 months. Yeah, lock them up for 6 months. Yeah.
I understand if they're going and fucking robbing, phones and clothes and luxury brands of whatever. Yeah, but if it's someone, just grabbing some food because they don't know how to get it somewhere else, that should be like easier to understand. But freaking billionaires stealing, hundreds of millions or billions, yeah, just here's 2 million fine. You don't even have to worry about paying it. Yeah, there we go. But yeah,
she's going to close at $3.10.
Yeah, we did not see as much of a volume as I was expecting, so we're at 605. So. And the last 5 minutes, we only saw just a bit over 500,000.
Well, AMC closed at exactly the same price it opened at. 0% change. What's that? How did that happen organically?
That's a shocker.
You don't believe that was fucking accidental, do you?
Misclick. But yeah, well, with that, the week is over. We're gonna meet again on Monday to resume our trading in the dark market. But yeah, let me play our outro. Get ready for, well, night on my side. Here we go.
From sap to strength, in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows, through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine. Ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown.
Through the nights and days, we fought this fight. With hearts of gold, we reached new heights. Together we stand, through thick and thin. In this game of life, we always win.
With that, thank you all for sticking around, for joining us on this lovely Friday. So, again, see you all on Monday. Wish you a lovely weekend, and maybe go see a movie, because that's why we're here, to support AMC. So, keep it tight.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Have a great weekend, everybody.